The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Gray, just before you start, I should put on the record that we will be releasing a special report on the COVID-19 pandemic in aged care ahead of our final report. The final report is due on the 26th of February, but the special report will be delivered to the Governor-General on Wednesday the 30th of September and will contain specific recommendations from us to expedite and facilitate the implementation of comprehensive measures to protect older Australians during this time. And following tabling of the report in Parliament, it will then become available on our website. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Mr. Mike Callaghan, AMPSM.
Mr. Callaghan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Callaghan, until recently you were chair of the Aged Care Financing Authority and you're the newly appointed chair of the Australian Grants Commission, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have a long career in not only public administration, but public administration with an economic emphasis in the roles you've performed and in the expertise you've acquired. Is that right?
Yes, I think it's more in economic policy than administration per se.
Thank you. Now, can I just ask you a little about the role of chair of the Aged Care Financing Authority? You've mentioned a little bit about it in your statement, but is it fair to say that it's an advisory and reporting committee as opposed to an authority?
Absolutely. It's a statutory committee that is charged to give independent and transparent advice to the government, and it is just a part-time committee, not an authority.
And you also had a role until very recently as chair of the Retirement Incomes Review. I understand the report of that review is with government and you can't comment on it. Is that right?
That's right. We submitted the report to the government on the 24th of July, I think it was. It went to a committee of cabinet, and I've been advised by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet that it's a cabinet and confidence document now. And on that basis, I can't say release anything until it's released by the government.
So I won't be asking you any questions about it. Mr. Callaghan, you prepared a statement for the Royal Commission at a time when you were chair of ACFA, Aged Care Financing Authority, so it still refers to your position as chair. It's dated the 14th of April 2020. It's WIT 0748 0001 0001. I'll just ask that the operator display that for you. Is that your statement?
Yes, that's my statement.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are its contents true and correct, and the opinions in it opinions that you sincerely hold?
Yes, that's correct.
I tender the statement.
Yes, the statement of Mr. Callaghan will be Exhibit 21-10.
Thank you. Does ACFA have any role in relation to prudential regulation?
No, it has no direct role. Its broad mandate is to provide advice to the government on the funding and financing developments in the aged care sector and give advice with respect to the viability and sustainability of the sector. So it's a very broad mandate. It would only give into the area of prudential if it was specifically tasked to go into that area. And while I was there, it was never tasked to go into it. But having said that, I think the role of ACFA is very much at a high level overview without getting into any detail. It's not responsible for any detail at all. It is just part-time, meets 10 times a year, provides an overview. So as I said in the statement, aware of the general direction of prudential policy. And of course, in some of the reports we gave, there were included some general direction of what we think where prudential policy should be going, rather than getting into any of the details. So it's very much at a high level.
Thank you. And on funding, financing and sustainability, is it fair to say that ACFA is reliant on an aggregated report by the Department of Health arising from aged care financial reports submitted annually by aged care providers to the Department of Health?
That's absolutely right. Yes, ACFA just saw the aggregated data that was compiled and presented by the Department of Health and couldn't get into any information of any provider.
That said, and doing the best ACFA can on the basis of that aggregated information from those annual reports, ACFA in reports that are published each year in respect of the preceding financial year has provided and published information about trends that it perceives in sustainability of the sector generally and various segments of the sector, residential, home and regional, metropolitan, large and small providers and the like. That's so, isn't it, Mr. Callahan?
Absolutely, that's right. It's looking at that data and trying to look at what might be trends and what's happening. And for the time I was there, which was only just over 2 years, we certainly tried to supplement what was looking at data of 12 months back by doing as much consultation with providers to get a feel for what was happening right now and what they were thinking and what was behind the numbers, to try and let that be informing views as to what might be trends within the sector.
Yep. Now, you pointed in your statement to the annual reports of ACFA, and since your statement, there's a further one, which is the 8th report, which is publicly available. 8th report on the funding and financing of the aged care industry, May 2020. It's actually already been tendered, Commissioners. It's tab 7 of Exhibit 20-1 from the home care hearing. And I just want to ask you about the general impressions that you provide in your statement in answer to certain questions the Royal Commission asked you. And can we assume, unless you tell us otherwise, that the material set out in your statement is broadly consistent with what's contained in the 8th report, even though the 8th report was published since your statement was prepared?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so firstly, we asked you about the adequacy of funding for aged care providers under the current system in general. And at paragraph 18 of your statement, 0004, you said that at that general level, aged care providers do not receive adequate funds from resident contributions and government subsidies to provide the quality and level of care expected by the Australian community. And you referred to a specific sustainability report prepared in 2019 on these issues. Now, you've gone into a number of reasons why you've expressed that general opinion. And can I ask you firstly about, you mentioned a sizable decline in 2017-18. Can I ask you about that and the cause of that? And also, while I'm at it, even though you weren't chair at the time, can I ask you about a similar phenomenon that occurred in 2012-13 in relation to residential care funding and the way it was provided? The Royal Commissioners have already heard a bit about this, but I want to ask you about, in effect, changes in funding policy for residential care as a lead into asking you about your opinion of the impact of this on the sector and on the relationship between the sector and government.
Yes, certainly. And I'm sure you've covered it very much so, but the decline in the performance that really took place in 17-18 in the residential aged care sector was certainly influenced by the changes to ACFI. It was the freezing of indexation and change in the scoring level. And that was prompted by decisions by the government going back into 2015-16 and subsequently after that. The view of the government was that the expenditure and the forecast expenditure of ACFI was running ahead what was budgeted for, and the view was taken that this represented a claiming behaviour of providers rather than the underlying growth and the acuity of the residential sector, of the residents coming into the aged care sector. Now, the result of that certainly is that when income from the government makes up well over 65% of the income of providers, when that is frozen, and also there's changes that are going to limit the growth in that income, and that at the cost side of your main area of cost is staffing, and staffing is going up at considerably higher level than once you've frozen what your income level is, there's a clear margin squeeze takes place there. So the mere fact that you very much constrain your growth in revenue while costs are going up, the financial performance of the sector is going to be impacted. And going back, that this wasn't this situation wasn't new. It had occurred back in several years earlier, as you said, when there was exactly the same situation where there was concern that the growth in expenditure and forecast growth in ACFI expenditure was growing faster than what had been budgeted for, and similar decisions were taken at the time to freeze indexation and change the scoring level so that people couldn't get as higher level in the domains in terms of when residents are coming in. Now, the situation back in 2013 thereabouts, yes, there was a similar decline in the financial performance. It was turned around because going back then, there was a workforce supplement that a government at the time had introduced, which was meant to be going to increase the pay for the aged care workforce. There was a change of government. The new government abandoned the approach for a workforce supplement and rolled it into ACFI. So there was a quantum leap in ACFI back then. And going forward, there was this is back in post 2012-13, there was a pickup in the income that was coming into the aged care providers, so their overall financial performance started to improve going forward. In terms of the changes that were made in 2016 and 2017 with the freezing of indexation and with the changing in the scoring level, which led to this almost zero growth in the revenue of the providers while the costs were going up, going forward, we haven't seen a similar increase in the revenue stream through ACFI. In fact, what the government had budgeted for and allowed for what might be the growth in ACFI, the actual levels were considerably lower while the cost was still going up. Now, it's almost, I think, just a matter of arithmetic that if you have that situation where you have the constraint continuing, for whatever reason, once indexation is resumed, that constraint continuing in terms of growth in revenue while costs are going up, the financial performance is going to continue to decline. Now, there are the issues that then is why has ACFI remained so low? Why hasn't it picked up in line with what people are thinking about? That comes down to, I think, matters you may come to about the suitability of this funding model of ACFI and whether all parties have confidence into it.
Thank you. Well, just picking up on the very last thing you said, I just want to ask you a little bit more about the role of ACFA and the role you performed when you were chair of ACFA. You've said in your statement that it involves consultation with aged care providers and other stakeholders, so-called. Now, is it the case that the role of ACFA, at least as you conceived it, was in some degree to be a broker between government and the sector, and that it involved close consultation with the sector?
Absolutely, that's the way I've described it when I was in ACFA, trying to explain its role, is it was trying to be an honest broker in that it was to give this independent and transparent advice. And I think, as in one of the subsequents I outlined, there was a role of that because of this inherent tension between the government is providing the funding, doesn't want to provide too much funding, doesn't want to have excessive income going to providers, worrying about what the overall cost to the taxpayer is, while providers are looking to say they, in many respects, are trying to maximise their funding, wanting to get what they consider as the right funding to meet the care needs. There is a tension there. In terms of just going back from my early experience when they first joined ACFA, shortly after that, and I joined it in May 2018 when it was just becoming evident that there was this significant squeeze on the financial performance of providers. As I say, it shouldn't have been a surprise. It was a matter of arithmetic. It was going to come. And the first request that was made, even after we had just put out our report in 2018, was to give advice. There was a lot of complaints coming from the sector about that the changes in ACFI were not appropriate, that they were excessively squeezing, they weren't involved in any claiming behaviour. I was asked by the government to provide an update as to what was the view about the nature of these claims that were coming in terms of what was the underlying performance, the financial performance of the sector in light of developments. And that was, I think, performing this honest broker's role. So it was a case of, there wasn't really any new data at that stage. This was done in September and October 2018. It was a matter of going and trying to consult as quickly as possible with a cross-section of providers to try and get a better understanding, including from the Department of Health, a better understanding of almost what was the, not truth, but what was the balancing these claims, that what we were seeing in ACFI represented claiming behaviour of providers rather than underlying growth in the acuity, where providers were saying, most providers are saying, we're all ethical providers here. We haven't been involved in any claiming behaviour that's not related to the acuity level of the residents. So it's trying to look at really an assessment of what was going on. And I think that's the role that ACFA can play, to try and provide an independent voice at a high level, as I say, to try and bridge a gap between what is the natural tension between the government and also providers.
And Mr. Callaghan, just taking that example you mentioned of the tension between the interests of providers in having certainty about the funds that will be coming to them so that they can make their plans and provide services on the basis of a firm prediction of that funding stream, and the interests of government in maintaining its fiscal forecasts and maybe a level of concern about whether some providers are overclaiming, for example. There's the potential here for significant mistrust on either side, isn't there, or on both sides?
Absolutely. That was, again, what struck me very much in the first round of consultations that took place in 2018. It was a very strong view of mistrust between both parties. From the provider's point of view, they were saying that all of them, the message they were hearing from department, from the government, I suppose, was that they were involved in what they were interpreting as unethical claiming behaviour with ACFI. It's a euphemism, I think, to say it was claiming behaviour. Can be stronger language can be used in private about what providers were doing. From the department's point of view, they just didn't have confidence that what they were seeing in terms of the ACFI truly represented the underlying growth and acuity, and there was a feeling that it did represent this activity, the scope, the leeway, the subjective nature that ACFI has formed. And we had an industry out there of consultants that were helping providers to try and maximise their ACFI on any underperforming provider. When anyone came in, you would bring in any consultant, the first thing they would look at to say, are you maximising your ACFI? The providers would say that is in line and making sure that what they're claiming in ACFI truly represents funding the needs of the residents. From the government point of view, as I say, the problem is not having trust in the robustness of ACFI, and for good reasons, as I think has come through in many of the subsequent, right throughout the Royal Commission, and even what ACFA had been saying. ACFI really wasn't fit for purpose. It had a lot of problems in all of this. So that's in this nature. If you have a funding instrument where one side really doesn't have trust, particularly the government, who's having to pay and has to have the responsibility for the right use of taxpayers' money, as well as worrying about what its fiscal position is. If it hasn't got full trust that it really is, this is the correct amount of expenditure taking place, and you had from the provider's point of view, saying we are being claimed, we're sticking to the rules, we're audited. Okay, if there's some providers who are engaging in unethical claiming provider, why don't you just focus on those providers? You're using a blunt instrument that's impacting on the whole financial performance of all providers. It's creating mistrust because we're having these ad hoc developments of changes in policy, which we think are inappropriate. It's very difficult to plan. This is this nature of mistrust between the two. And I do think we still see all the problems of ACFI now, in that even now when you see references or reviews going back and having a look at what had been the performance of ACFI and whether what we're seeing, this growth in ACFI, whether it was reflecting the growth in the acuity of residents, that people are going into residential aged care at a later life and higher care needs, we will see, I think, response by the government to say, we're not sure that that was truly reflecting the underlying growth in the acuity levels. So it does come, I think what we're talking about is a fundamental problem in the whole funding structure of aged care that really needs to be addressed to try and get confidence for the sector to go forward and have a sustainable sector.
Thank you. Well, let's get to the potential solutions for that. You've identified at least two things. I take it from the way you've identified these things, you really regard it as beyond the reasonable scope of what ACFA can achieve as an honest broker between sector and government to try to repair this level of mistrust. More fundamental structural reform seems to be required. Is that a fair summary of?
Yes, look, I'd go back to say what ACFA is. ACFA has no independent resources of itself. It's just reliant on the Department of Health. It's a part-time committee that meets 10 times a year. ACFA's role is not to get into any detail. It's not to provide really policy solutions, design policy. I think the main contribution that it can make, and I think it can be an important one, is looking at broader issues, trying to take a more higher level perspective to look at what might be the problems that we're seeing and hearing, and generally giving a general direction. Now, in the witness statement referred to a report that ACFA put out, what we called, and it was elaborated on what was in some of our earlier annual reports about the attributes of sustainable aged care from a funding and financing perspective. And they were all very high level. Yes, so I'm just emphasising that I think the main contribution that ACFA can make is at that high level.
At page 0009, paragraph 23, Mr. Callaghan, in the sustainability report, you, amongst other things, recommended a process to formulate an agreed objective of sustainable aged care. And my understanding of what you're proposing there is that it's got to be agreed between sector and government, or it's got to be acceptable to both sector and government. Is that a fair summary of the intention behind the proposal for an agreed objective?
That's right. It's really that at the time when we're talking about we want a sustainable aged care sector, as sort of highlighted in the report, that from the government's point of view, it can be perceived that the main concern was the sustainability of the fiscal position. From the consumer's point of view, the question of sustainability is that it's a system that does provide all the care and the quality of care that I need now and in the future. From the provider's point of view, they're focusing on sustainability is my operation has to be able to meet its bills and be able to invest into the future. I need to have a sustainable. So what they're essentially saying is that by just using a word, which is the way it's used in the ACFA mandate, is to comment on the sustainability of the sector, you have to be very clear as to what we're talking about and being able to say, this is what is meant by a sustainable sector. So it has to meet all the requirements of all the various parties in it, in terms of the government, in terms of providers, in terms of the consumers.
And another thing that you're associated with in your position, at least as chair of ACFA, is a firm suggestion agreeing with some submissions put in this Royal Commission, in fact, about the establishment of an independent process for setting overall prices for aged care services. Now, there's some nuance in the way you've expressed support for this. I'll ask the operator to display the 8th report at page 143 in that last chapter, the afterword of the report. Mr. Callaghan, you'll recall you addressed a number of things about the future of aged care funding and financing. Now, on the question of the independent pricing mechanism, after referring to recommendations made by others, including in this Royal Commission, but also recommendations of the Productivity Commission in 2011, you referred to the fact that it's not a simple matter. Perhaps the operator will be able to bring up native page 143, the second main paragraph. That's native page 143. I'll just read it. It's not a simple matter, however, for the government to set an appropriate overall price for aged care services that avoids over-generous support for inefficient providers and does not provide a rate of return greater than that necessary for providers to maintain their involvement in the aged care industry. Then you refer to the diversity of performance of the various providers. Nevertheless, while a difficult task, establishing the efficient price for aged care is fundamental to ensuring the sustainability of the industry. Towards reducing uncertainty in the industry, priority has to be given to establishing, in consultations with providers, arrangements for determining the price for aged care services. Now, is that your own personal view as well as the view of ACFA?
Oh, yes, it's my own personal view, yes.
And can you explain how that seems to be a necessary element in addressing the problem? Does that address this issue of mistrust and this potential? Is it a way of resolving this tension that you've identified?
Well, I think it's an integral part of it, but there's two parts of it, of course. I think it's ensuring that you have an appropriate price for what the government is going to subsidise, what the aged care services the government is subsidising. But the other integral element of it is that the government has confidence that in the assessment of who is getting that subsidised need, they really do need and get that need. So the ACFI, some of the concerns around ACFI, two parts of it was that the subjective nature of deciding who is getting the care, was it the people getting the care truly needed the care at the level that they were being claimed? The government didn't have confidence in that. And the other aspect of it all is that you have to make sure that you have the right price about it that meets a whole range of elements in it, that you provides that meets the cost, but also its price, that it has come up a number of times that the providers do get the rate of return that will justify continuing to maintain the resources in the sector. Now, I would just at this stage say, I think this... Sorry.
Just stopping you there, Mr. Callaghan.
Yep.
On the first point, a level of independence in the assessment process would address that, would it?
It's a level of independence, that's right, most important, it's easy to say independent, but it has to be seen to be and be acting independent and operate such that it does have the trust from the government, that when it gets, and we can have discussion whether it's determinations or recommendations, when it gets that information that should be made public, the government believes that this is the appropriate and not questioning it. From the provider's point of view, they have to make sure that it is truly being independent and not having any other objectives of trying to ensure that you're minimising the outlays from the government. So really, it's solving that it has to be operating and seen to be independent to build up, I think, the nature of trust that's required.
And would it be necessary to define its purposes and its objects, its purposes and its functions very tightly, and in a manner that's the sector and government both can live with?
Very much so. I think that's very important, because we can just talk about an independent pricing regulator. And I would just note that even in the propositions you have, this pricing regulator has what seems to be very extensive potential powers over setting prices for a whole range of activities. The government can't delegate responsibility for all this. you don't want an unfettered regulator that is going to rely on its independence and be out doing a whole range of things and setting prices, etc. It has to have very clear objectives as to what it is doing, what it is meant to be achieving, and it has to be accountable. It has to be as accountable to, I would suggest, to the Parliament for its performance. The whole nature of this would fail if the independent price regulator got it wrong. We would be back. It would fail if in its activities that the government didn't have trust that what was coming out to it really truly reflected what was the appropriate subsidy it should be giving. Just as much if the government doesn't have trust in the nature of determining who is getting the funding, the subsidies, that something's going on, it's not truly going to those who need it in terms of their acuity levels. You can call it independent, but if it fails on that, it's going to be a significant fail. We're going to be back where we started. So really prescribing exactly what are the objectives of this, and the authority, if it's the independent pricing thing, being very accountable for whether it's achieving these objectives. I think that's important.
I'm not going to ask you to try to draft it on the run in the witness box now, but I'll just ask the operator to put up section 7 of the National Electricity Law, just as an example. Of course, we're not talking about electricity here. We're talking about something far more complex and a human service. But regulators are given objectives all the time, aren't they, to guide the exercise of their functions, and those functions have to be very tightly defined. Is that what you have in mind, a statutory prescription of?
Yes, that's what I'd have in mind. I think as we've seen where regulators have independence, they do have to be accountable. There has to be a benchmark they're performing. I would add, though, in this, I think, looking at the range of functions of it, it would be of the pricing authority here. It's not simply setting the pricing now in a backward-looking sense. I do think it would have to have responsibility of looking forward as to what were happening, potential trends in the sector, and moving out of just setting the government subsidy once it gets into setting prices for other activities, be it basic daily fees or anything. I think it should also have a responsibility of helping to create the market. It's almost a market-making, identifying role in all of that.
Yes. And we've got the National Electricity Objective up there at the moment, and of course it'd be inappropriate in this form for aged care, but one could imagine that one could craft and consult upon an objective. I'll ask the operator to call out section 7, which is at the foot of the page. It's hard to read at the moment, but you could craft something to the effect of a purpose of ensuring that high quality and safe aged care services are provided, and that they're provided on a continuous basis. And you could have some efficiency objectives concerning efficient investment in the means of provision of aged care services, and that would pick up residential care facilities and so forth. Is that the sort of thing you have in mind, Mr.
That's
Callahan?
the sort of thing, and I would add to this question of having an objective of looking to ensure that its activities are consistent with the sustainability of the sector.
Yes. In both senses, in the sense you described, that is from the provider's point of view, that they have certainty as to likely future forecast revenues, so that they know what they need to know in order to make investment plans, and that the government
yes, that's right. Yes,
can attain a level of
and from the
certainty.
government has sustainable, that it has confidence in the sector. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. We can take that down, please, operator. Now,
could I just make one point on all of this that's related to other activities that you've been looked at?
oh,
And this
just
is-
before you do,
Sorry.
just before you do, Mr. Callahan, you mentioned a couple of times another concern you have, which is not just the funding levels, but that the eligibility, the process for determining the eligibility of the individual care recipient has features about it that lead government to trust in that process, so that government has confidence that the independently determined levels of funding are actually being matched to individual need. Where does that lead us? Does that lead us to injecting a level of independence into the assessment of eligibility? Is that where that goes?
I think that going forward to one of your propositions about whether this assessments of needs is going to be independent of the provider. I think in the ANAC approach that was looking at independence of it. I think that is an important part of it. Whether it's going to be independence or it's going to be done to a provider with heavily prescribed and auditing arrangements, I'm not sure of what's the best mechanism, but it's a fundamental building block that the government has to be confident that the assessments are accurate for the funding that it's being outlaid.
Yes, all right, thank you. What was the point you wished to provide evidence on?
Fast forwarding to issues around how the government could pay for its expenditure, things like levies, on hypothecated levies or anything else, I would say that those are subsequent areas, but the most fundamental building block, regardless of how you design how the government is going to raise the taxes to pay for it. What we're talking about here is the most fundamental building blocks that have to be put in place, and how you come to maybe pay for that, how you're going to go to Parliament, convince the public, etc., in terms of raising the revenue. If you don't get this right, I think all that discussion you're talking about in terms of hypothecated levies or any other approaches of how government raised taxes to do this is really missing the point. And that this is the core, the building block to try and get this confidence in the sector.
Thank you. Could I ask you about our propositions and your responses to those? And you've already in part provided a response to our very first proposition, FF1. I'll ask the operator to bring tab 111 up on the screen. Now, with the inclusion of the sorts of measures that you've identified concerning the need to tightly define purposes for particular functions, and probably an overall purpose as well, I'm inferring. With those additions, assuming those additions are made, what are your views on proposition FF1? Is it workable? Is it appropriate in principle? Are there improvements that can be made?
Oh, I think it's appropriate in principle. I do think in the circumstance that it is the needed way to go. Yes, there are many other qualifications, just as we were talking about when we fleshed this out into an operational level, about making very clear what are the objectives of the pricing authority. Also being very clear that it knows what it is pricing is relevant to the needs of the population now, and that's the separate aspect but related aspect of making sure that you're defining clearly what are the components of the quality aged care you're looking at, that and it is being targeted to those needs. The two, I think, have to be looked at together. But again, I think that it's absolutely workable, but it will take a fair bit of fleshing out, I think. And as I say, it's easy to say, but I do think it's quite a challenging task that has to be done. But clearly, I do think it is the appropriate way to go.
And it's challenging, but it has to be done. In other words, in spite of the challenge, it's the least worst outcome. Is that what you're saying? It just has to be done. There's no other option in your view?
It just has to be done. But again, I suppose throughout all this, it's stating the bleeding obvious. It's certainly not a quick fix. There's a heck of a lot of work required to be able to achieve it, and to be able to get the correct cost data, working out what should be the required rate of return. All of these things are quite challenging, but it has to be done.
Yes. And does the EPA IHPA model provide a useful model in your view, or is that
I think it provides, I don't know enough about it. I do think it provides a useful model. I think that there are some differences that, as you say, when we're fleshing out the objectives here, they will need to be targeted to what are the circumstances of aged care. And one of those significant differences is this is not a case of a Commonwealth funding a state body, for example, like we see in a lot of the hospitals. This is the Commonwealth, the main funder of provision of aged care service that's provided by the non-government sector. And I come back to this, you do have to allow that people in the non-government area will not be devoting resources to this unless they get a return. They see it's worthwhile from their point of view of doing it. All of these factors have to be factored into the aged care. So the concept, the benchmarking, the approach of IPA, yes, but it has to be tailored to the circumstances of the aged care sector.
Yes, thank you. Have you turned your mind to FF2 picking up indirect costs? I imagine it goes without saying that if the independent pricing authority or economic regulator is setting about determining the levels of prices and in the course of doing that, in many cases, depending on government policy, they'll be the level of subsidy as well. Indirect costs of the kind identified in FF2 should be taken into account in that process.
Yes, very much so, in the sense that if under one, if the independent pricing authority is doing its job as prescribed, it has to take into account all the costs associated with being able to deliver the nature of the care and the quality of the care that is being demanded by the community and what is being assessed. I think it's referenced here because that's not the situation we have now. We do know that the way the funding takes place, and I think this is highlighted in every Stuart Brown report, that you have things like administration, corporate overheads, etc. There's no funding stream. They have to be cross-subsidised somewhere else. It's not correctly identified. But these are all costs that have to be taken into account. The challenge, the only thing that comes to me, and it's just a reaction to it all, is when we keep hearing about the unbundling and dividing into the components, be it care, be it clinical care or personal care or daily living expenses, hotel services, accommodation. Many of these overheads go across all of them. And so there has to be apportionment across all of them, that there's going to be the overlapping. And an organisation will be running it, as we see now. Many of the providers centralise many of these activities across all their providers, and there has to be quite a bit of proportioning going through. But these are all details that I think that have to be worked out in practice.
Thank you. And can we take it from what you've said on that and your reference there to the Stuart Brown approach, that you don't have a view contrary to the in effect accepted wisdom that it is appropriate to consider separately those different service categories that you mentioned: care, daily living, accommodation, and to determine prices referable to the cost inputs for those services so as best to promote efficient pricing. Do we take it as read that you agree that that's the only approach to take here?
Yes, that is the only approach to take, but one proviso I'd put through that is when we come to the having to ensure that there is an appropriate rate of return for providing the activity, be it the service or accommodation, etc. I do think that an overriding principle, I would say, in terms of ensuring that you're creating the right investment environment to allow people to invest in the industry, and it can be components of the industry, that it has to be essentially on what I would call commercial terms. Once we start introducing, and I've seen it in some of the propositions of saying, well, there shouldn't be any rate of return, for example, coming from the service delivery. It should all be, if there's any profit, it should all come from accommodation. I think you're introducing components that are not commercial, that are going to preclude investment in the sector. I just make a reference to, in the consultations I had, talking to potential investors, advisors, and even private equity people, when they're looking at saying, well, are you interested in investing in aged care? Some of them would say, we're very interested in investing in the hospital sector generally, but we just want to invest in essentially the real estate component. The problem we have with aged care, and one of them was a problem of refundable accommodation deposits because they were looking for an income stream, but they say the problem with aged care, if we want to look at investing in the real estate side of it, that's cross-subsidising activities elsewhere. We don't want to run an aged care operation, but we're prepared to look at what we know, which is investing in the real estate But we want to ensure that the income stream that's coming from that is responsive to what we're investing into it. We're not in there to cross-subsidise other activities. So that's been running through my mind when I hear these propositions that are well-intentioned for trying to protect, etc., that you have to look at. We're dealing with what has to be seen as commercial operations. In looking at the regulation and the activities that we have around it, be it around the pricing authority, if we start doing things that we can say we're wanting to protect consumers for these purposes or for whatever we're doing, to the extent that we are not commercial in the sense that they're going to preclude the attractiveness of the non-government sector to invest it, we're really going to run up to the problems of maintaining the sustainability and meeting the requirements of an ageing population. You're going to come to, I think, separately look at the capital funding of aged care, and we know claims going around that's potentially 50 billion into the future. It's not going to come from the government. It's going to have to come from the non-government sector. We do have to have what I would say this for rather sort of wide sweeping aim, but if we don't have a commercial approach to the way it is being run as an industry and the way it is being regulated and structured, we're going to preclude the ability to access the needed capital that's required to meet an ageing population.
Okay. Given your acceptance a minute ago that it is appropriate to give separate consideration to the pricing of accommodation on the one hand and living
Yes.
and care in residential care, which is the most capital intensive segment, and taking up your point about a rate of return being built into, in effect, the revenues that are required to fund operations as opposed to simply a rate of return on capital, what do you suggest? Do you have a modification to FF2 that you would make that funding shouldn't only include indirect costs of operations but an operating margin?
Well, I would see FF2 as a subset of FF1 in the sense that to do FF1 correctly, and if you have the right objectives and the requirements that you're specifying in FF1, when you're getting down to looking at all of the aspects of the cost, and with this proviso, you're looking at a commercial operation and you're looking at the pricing of the activities that you're going to get, not looking at it at a cross-subsidised area, yes, you are going to be looking at a price of these activities that will incorporate a rate of return. I think that a commercial approach to running this, when people are looking at it and working out what their costs can be, they're going to have some idea as to what is the return they want to get from the range of the activities that they're providing. So I do think that that is in line with commercial approach to doing business. But as I say, I think I would always looked at FF2 as really has to be a subset of what has to be done in being able to fulfil FF1.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And it sounds like we should give further consideration to, in your view, give further consideration to guidance on an operating margin for services outside accommodation. Is that what you're saying?
One aspect I think in terms of looking at particularly at this level is that there's a danger of trying to get into micro manage or get into the detail to try and specify these things throughout it all. And again, this is going back, what I think is a contribution ACFA can make is to try and go to the higher level and say, let's be clear, what is the objective, what we're trying to do, let's specify that, and then the rest will flow. And when you get into fleshing out the detail, it has to be within the framework of what you're trying to achieve. If you start at the bottom and say, right, I'm going to be identifying these are the details of what has to be done by this entity, it gets a bit piecemeal. So I think it's being very clear as to what is the objective, what has to be done, and then in the operationalising it, a lot of that detail should be coming out.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Callaghan, can I move to some of the other propositions? I don't know whether I need to take you to FF3. I mean, you've pointed out your qualifications to FF1, but you've broadly well, you've given a lot of support really in principle. FF3 is in effect a statement of the principles that might guide how the Royal Commissioners might approach advising government or recommending to government what the scope of the regulator's role should be. And it's essentially a fairly precautionary approach. This sector is providing services that are heavily subsidised. There's a lot of government involvement. There are a lot of very vulnerable people consuming or acquiring the services or who need to. And the services are provided throughout the country, including in places where supply of services is thin on the ground. So do you agree that a precautionary approach is taken whereby unless and until it's demonstrated that there's a workable market, either in a geographical service line sense, there's a case for regulation?
I must admit I have a lot of reservations with Proposition 3 and the way it might be implemented. There are many aspects of this in terms of it starts by, yes, you can have this precautionary approach. If you want to define what this workably competitive market is, I think that can be difficult in knowing what is competitive and what is not. Yes, there can be a need in terms of promoting the market to be able to, and always there's a need to ensure that you're protecting consumers the way you're doing it. Limiting or regulating prices is often not the best way to do it, and there can be significant consequences of that and negative consequences of that. One of those, of course, is that, and again, and this is where, again, looking at it, I wonder where you're going to fill it in. If these pricing authority is going to say, for all the reasons you say, we're going to regulate this price, if they regulate the price and it's below really what is the costs that to be able to deliver the service, well, someone's going to have to meet this. It has to be subsidised. We don't want a situation where we see the regulation now really with the cap on the basic daily fee, which really you can say it's below the cost of what is required to deliver the host health services. Now, different ways of doing this is if you have this problem, if you have vulnerable people, etc., you always need to know, is the intervention you want to focus on the person, to subsidise the person, to meet really what should be the price, and it can be the price that's there. It may not be truly competitive or workable, but if you're going to intervene in that, you may not be able to provide the services that's required. And the best way around may be to subsidise the individual. If they're vulnerable, if they're really needing it, if they haven't got the financial means, etc. It's not caping that. So it has to be, again, coming back, being very prescribed around what is the pricing authority trying to do in achieving this. Sometimes it might be the intervention that's required is providing, certainly letting it. It can be through providing more guidance, it can be providing information, it can be providing auditing activities to make sure that if you think, and I think it was raised in some places that there can be the resident might feel trapped in terms of the residential aged care, and it's hard to move. Really, is regulating the price in terms of minimising any competition and around these things. Is that the best way to go, or are there other ways to do it in terms of it can be we're going to audit the function that what the price is being charged is in line with the range of services that are being delivered. So I just think that yes, in terms of the concept you're outlining, yeah, precautionary approach is very important. We have to protect the consumer. We have to be nature of it. But the way it's being delivered, I do think it comes again to me, the way it's presented here is too stark, and there's more qualification, more nuances, more outlining what the objectives of the price authority in terms of exercising this function. I think it has to be spelt out a lot more.
Thank you. More work to do there. Now, can I just ask you in very broad terms about our propositions concerning co-contributions? In some cases means tested, in some cases fairly flat and nominal. Broadly speaking, the architecture is that for services provided to people who are living at home, with the exception of respite where there's no fee whatsoever, there's an approach of, in effect, just including a fairly modest price signalling contribution to encourage prudence in the incurring of those services and their social supports, home modifications and assistive technology. And of course, all of this would go through an independent, this is the concept, go through an independent assessment of need. This wouldn't just be a blank check. When it comes to care at home from relatively minor or simple domestic assistance, as simple as mowing, for example, all the way through to quite complex care in the home, again, there's a relatively modest either percentage or flat contribution. But when it comes to residential care, the proposal in FF20 is more far-reaching, but it's for a reform of the operation of the current combined assets and income test to make it fairer and to remove quite harsh impacts on people with quite modest means and to try to recoup more from people who have greater means than is presently the case. Have you had a chance to consider those propositions? Do you have any broad direction for us?
My broad view is across the board that we should have a situation where those who have the capacity and the income to contribute and afford the services that they need as they age, they should be making a contribution. And we should have a fair and equitable safety net for those who do not have the financial means to be able to do so. One of the propositions in the attributes of sustainable aged care that you put up earlier is that say that we shouldn't be looking at aged care as this separate self-contained box that once you get a particular age, then things are going to be very different in terms of the nature of the services that I'm going to receive and subsidised from the government are going to be very different. No, I think it's a continuum, and as you age, you require more services. I think it's even when we go to home care now that inequitable that I might be paying for now a range of services that I'm getting that I don't deliver myself. It can be gardening, cleaning, a whole range of things. I'm paying for those now. If I reach an age that then, okay, the government's going to be paying for these, notwithstanding that I might be quite wealthy. Similarly, when we go into aged care, I think that those who are quite wealthy, they should be paying for it. I think this is aspects of intergenerational equity. I think it's part of the sustainability of it all. We have a situation now where our wealth distribution is quite skewed in the sense that once you get into higher deciles of wealth, very wealthy indeed, across the board, not particularly wealthy. The fifth decile right now, a person only has assets outside of the house at about $160,000. Once you get into the upper deciles there, we're into the millions. It's quite skewed. I think it's totally inequitable right across that to think that people up there are not paying for the full range or making a bigger contribution to the services that they require as they age. I think it's part of sustainability. I think it's part of really the equity, and I think ensuring that you have an appropriate equitable approach to the whole funding of this is important to getting community support for the whole taxpayers' dollars. There's been discussions around this. I think where we have now, and Ken picks up places of the house, we have a situation now where most people, they don't spend their money that they have in retirement. People, the assets that they have going into retirement, when they die, they haven't dipped into them. And there's very large growth in inheritances. To me, part of it is that instead of that funds growth in inheritances, people should be using the assets when they have them. They should be using more of those assets to fund the range of goods and services that they need as they age. For those who have done it through their working life and the continuum, that should be the principle. So in terms of prescribing that in home care, no, it's just going to be a modest fee, which is very inequitable because it's retrospective. If you have the modest fee for someone on a pension, that's a very high proportion of the disposable income. Someone who has substantial savings, substantial income in retirement, it's nothing. That I think, isn't appropriate. We look at right now, if you look at the contribution that comes from consumers in home care, it's a tiny little amount of the total amount that the government spends. And there's questions about, I think you've raised the efficacy, administrative efficacy over equity of this small amount. It's too much of a burden. The problem is the amount's too small. The problem is that it's not collected. The problem, I think, is that it's not inequitable. But it's, about 2-3% of the total of the government's contribution. When we get into residential care, in terms of where we are now, and it can be another way of looking at the inequities of it all, of the about 5 billion that comes from consumers in terms of the overall funding, about 3.5 billion of that comes from the basic daily fee. And that comes from everyone, regardless of what their capacity to pay, from consumers. Of the 48% of supported residents, it's coming largely from them. From those who can afford to pay, it's a relatively small amount. The other part, 3.5, about 1 billion comes from the accommodation contributions, and the rest in terms of care and everything like that, very small. If I look at it in terms of all aspects of generational equity, I look at fairness, I look at the way we support people to have funding that they have to be able to support them in retirement, why aren't they using it? So I would take a much broader approach to the co-contribution than the way you've presented it.
Thank you. Did you hear former Prime Minister Paul Keating's proposal on Monday for, in effect, an account to be opened for every person accessing Commonwealth subsidised aged care services, and for there, in effect, to be a contingent debt only collectible on the death of that person? And you could modify that. You could make it and upon the death of their partner, so that the partner wouldn't be prejudiced in the event of the partner living in the same house, for example. And you could conceive of this as similar to the higher education contribution scheme. That is, that the Commonwealth would only collect on the debt in the event that the person's estate, or if you like, the joint position of the estates of both people sharing the house, was sufficient to meet the debt, and only to the extent that the estate was sufficient to meet the debt. And again, you could modify that. You could have a percentage of the debt depending on the size of the estate. You could make it progressive in that sense with attention to design detail. And you'd have to give consideration to anti-avoidance, but it's probably possible to design anti-avoidance provisions in respect of some sort of period prior to the commencement of the person receiving aged care services and the setting aside of the transactions you could set aside.
Yep.
Now, what do you think of a proposal of that nature?
Well, I mean, it certainly requires consideration, but there's a number of aspects of that. Many jurisdictions, most jurisdictions, have estate taxes that essentially are tax on the estate when you die. Anti-avoidance provisions is one of the real bugbears around all that. So it's, again, one of these things swept away of saying, oh, yes, I think we could design a system to do that when we come to look at it. Then again, you need to look at it in terms, and this is one thing I think, again, when we get into the funding of this, not looking at aged care in isolation. We can look at, there is the overall approach to looking at using your assets, whether you think that we should have, and propositions have come out more recently about having assets test death taxes, for example, to be able to be part of the reform of the tax system to try and have a more efficient approach to it. These are all considerations that have to be looked at. There's also, the acceptable community acceptance of it all. But as people said, we do have the similar approach now of being able to access certainly your house. If you have assets now, I think you should be drawing on them now, not paying on them subsequently. In your house now, we have the pensioner loan schemes, reverse mortgages, etc., like that. It's a similar principle. The loan is given and it can be recouped when the person dies. So there's a range of ways of looking at it. I don't think it's a magic bullet, but it's worth considering, but it has to be considered with a whole range of other considerations.
Thank you. Now, can I go on to the topic of RADs? You mentioned them briefly. It's a big topic. We won't have much time. But RADs raise some issues about complexity in determining the true liquidity of a particular entity. They also, perhaps this is a secondary consideration really, but they also raise the question of the Commonwealth's exposure under the guarantee scheme to indemnify people against losses if RADs are not recovered in the event of a financial failure by a provider. Now, we've proposed in propositions PR 15, 16 and 17, I beg your pardon, PR 5, 6 and 7, and also it's relevant to note PR 8 about the capability of the entity that should perform prudential regulation functions. We've made a number of proposals there for an improved and tightened prudential regulatory regime and financial monitoring capability and financial risk identification. In your statement, I gather you'd be broadly supportive of the intention behind those proposed reforms. I don't know whether you'd agree with the detail. And I want to ask you also about a point you raised concerning the need to manage the orderly exit of poorly performing providers. What are your views about those propositions and what improvements do they need?
It's a very big area. I'm not sure if we're looking at RADs, and there's a whole range of aspects of RADs in terms of its sustainability and helping to finance the capital and where we are now. And there's a whole range how it's treated. And certainly there's many, many aspects of that that has to be looked at. When we come to the prudential regulation, and yes, I think broadly the propositions on the prudential regulation, I think are heading in the right direction. The way I look at it and I think one of the things I think is important, and one of the things that has been advocating in even those high level comments in the ACFA reports, is that we're not just looking at, yes, the Commonwealth has the liability because it guarantees RADs, it's about 30 billion now. When we're looking at prudential regulation of this, it's not simply to try and ensure that the Commonwealth can recoup its money on exposure on those RADs. The broader question, I think, is the importance of ensuring that you have sustainability and stability in the sector. You have performers who can continue to provide the services. You can identify those performers who are not, and they should be leaving the industry, and they leave in an orderly fashion. That's part of the exit that should be taking place. I see a more proactive prudential supervision being able to have a better understanding of what is the overall financial position, those providers who may be in difficulty, those providers who may have to leave, have that orderly trend exiting. I think that's an important part of the prudential supervision. So the general direction, I think, is important. I do think that in terms of an overall comment in there, that, and I'd suggest that in terms of ensuring that we have the capacity, we have the resources, we have the skill mix to be able to do this job of being a proactive prudential regulator, that is something that's required now. It's not something that we're going into the future in terms of establishing a new prudential authority sometime in the future. We need those now. We do, my assessment of where things are, it's just a high level, is that there's a heck of a lot of information that is already going to the Department of Health, that it can be, in terms of fulfilling its prudential activities, more proactive in terms of identifying those providers that really need to be managed out of the system without causing disruption, and getting the skill mix, getting the resources to do that now is an important part of the transition, because as you put forward in the your propositions, that where we are, we're going to, and again, I think a consequence of COVID, we're going to have a much faster, a much sharper transition and consolidation within the industry, and we need to have the prudential arms in place to be able to handle that now.
Would that require a deeper capability at the regional or even local level than currently exists, or can that be done centrally from Canberra?
I think the nature of the skill mix you want and where we are now, I'd be focusing on central area. You need to get out and you need to know, and you need to be able to go and be able to visit them, and you need to know the circumstances. But I think to try and spread the skill mix and the requirements across regions, I think you'd have diseconomies taking place. I think it's a function that I would run at the central, but that's top of my head.
And is it linked to, or should it be separated administratively from system management functions like the commissioning of providers to meet particular local needs, the evaluation of whether there's service coverage in particular places? I can see an argument for connection between the sorts of functions you've just spoken about, which verge into management issues, orderly exit and so forth. But I can also see an argument for keeping a regulatory role crisply distinct from management functions. What are your views?
I'm not sure, but I do favour the way you describe the subsequent one, to have a very focused activity of what your responsibilities are to achieve it. If you're in the prudential regulation, being able to identify that, you need to have the flow of information, you need to have the linkages taking place, but how it all works out, I think, is an operational level that at this stage, I say I'm inclined to have it as separate, but it's just an initial reaction.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Mr. Callaghan, thank you very much for the evidence that you've given and for the amount of time that you've put into this. We're really very conscious of the depth of knowledge that you have and that you bring to the various issues that we've been asking your views on, and we're really grateful and indebted to you for your efforts. So thank you very much. And I should
Thank you very much.
Should formally excuse you from any further attendance. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
11:30?
11:30, yes. Short adjournment to 11:30.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 11:30 a.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Gray?
I call Professor Kathleen Eagar, who's presently sitting in the witness box.
Professor Eagar, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please say I do.
Professor Eagar, you're the Director of the Australian Health Services Research Institute at the University of Wollongong, Australia, and you've given much of your time to the Royal Commission. You've made a number of statements and submissions to the Royal Commission. Thank you. You've prepared another witness statement for the Royal Commission, this one dated 1 July 2020. I'll ask that it be brought up so you can see it on the screen. RCD 9999 0351 0001. Is that a copy of your most recent statement?
It is.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the facts referred to in it true and correct, and are the opinions in it opinions you sincerely hold?
Yes, they are.
I tender the statement.
Yes, that the statement to Professor Eagar will be Exhibit 21-11.
Thank you, Commissioner. In addition to being Director of ASRI, you also hold a number of other positions.
I do.
Sydney Business School.
Mm-hmm.
You've, most importantly, for our present purposes, you've led the team on the research utilisation and classification system for residential aged care in Australia, RUCS, and developed the ANAC model for case mix funding of residential aged care in Australia.
That's right.
And that model is currently going through trials, which I believe might have been delayed somewhat by the current pandemic. Is that right?
That's right. The trials are well advanced, but were delayed by COVID and the other requirement for the Commonwealth for implementation is that Services Australia needed a new IT system in order to incorporate that as a payment model, and that system is currently being built. It's been funded in the budget process and it's actually being built.
Thank you. And Professor, what's the status of any work on the potential for a case mix model for home care?
It is absolutely possible to develop a case mix classification for home care. The department's commissioned some work that they're calling individualised bundles, and we're not involved in that piece of work. But we have done work in other settings to develop case mix classifications for community care. And for example, we developed the national case mix classification for community palliative care, geriatric evaluation and management, rehabilitation, maintenance and supportive care. And we've also developed case mix classifications for community mental health in Australia and New Zealand. These principles apply. You need to do some sort of technically different things, but it's completely plausible.
Thank you. I want to ask you about some contents of your statement, the one that we just tendered.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, principles for design of an appropriate set of arrangements for funding of aged care. You refer to the principles of paragraphs 19 to 25 of your statement.
Yep.
And perhaps principles isn't quite the right word, principles and objectives.
That's right.
Now, you refer to equity, you refer to a number of other things. I'll mention practicality, technical efficiency and agility. The one I want to ask you in particular about is responsiveness, although if you want to refer to others in the course of responding to the question,
yep,
that's acceptable. Under responsiveness, I'm paraphrasing, you talk about taxpayer funding being such that it's really only to be used to fund needs, not wants. Although you say consumers should have the opportunity to pay for themselves for additional services if they want them and are willing and able to pay for them. Now, I don't see in the principles you've identified much, if any, consideration of consumer preference, what might be called consumer preference, or might be called autonomy, or the empowerment of the individual to decide how care is provided to them and what care is provided to them. in particular, this is an important issue, isn't it, when one comes to consider care that's going to be provided in one's own home, in one's own private space. What are your responses to that observation?
I think it's a matter of language. For me, responsiveness incorporates consumer choice. You can't meet the needs of a consumer unless you've actually built those on consumer choices. And that for me is a very fundamental tenet, but only one of the principles, and it needs to be balanced against some other principles I've set out in my statement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Have you familiarised yourself with the submissions of some of the parties in the home care hearing, and indeed things that have been said by CODA Australia in this regard too, including at the outset of this hearing, about the correlation of good quality and safety outcomes for certain people if they're empowered to direct their own care?
Yes, there's a lot of opinion, there's not a lot of evidence, and I'd like to expand on that in my comments. I don't know whether you want me to do it now, but...
well, please, yes, briefly, if you could give the commissioners an outline of what your views are about that body of opinion, or if there is any evidence you wish to wish to refer to, if you could briefly do so, just in outline.
Yeah, sure.
Thank
Look,
you.
I'd really like to start by saying I find it impossible to separate program design from funding design. And if I was designing a funding model for one person, I would take a different approach than if I was scaling up to design a funding model or a program for 1 million people. And so that's my starting point. There's a set of principles that I've laid out in my paper, and for me, a good funding model is one that balances those objectives. And one of those is consumer choice. And it was really clear to me in the propositions that you tested at the home care hearing that you saw consumer choice as the overarching principle, and the others for me, reading it, were
Just to stop you there, Professor Eger, we were testing propositions.
Oh yeah, test. Oh yes.
We're still testing propositions.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Please don't impute to me any particular.
No, I don't mean you personally. I mean the propositions on the table. They were built on an assumption that consumer choice is the overarching objective to meet, and the other objectives for me were either not dealt with, or the assumption seemed to be that they could be dealt with by regulation. And I think consumer choice is really important. In fact, I think it's really fundamental, but that does not imply individualised budgets. And I've felt that those two concepts got really confused.
Very well. Well, let's unpick that a little further in a minute, because both in your statement, but as I understand, even more recently, you've had thoughts about how that element of autonomy and choice might be accommodated in what we're calling a program design, or the arrangements for provision and funding of services.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that in a little more detail. Thank you. Now, can I just ask you about the additional charges, the additional services point? You mentioned in the course of describing those principles, scope for allowing people to purchase more if they're willing to and have the means. There's a very interesting issue here about the need for universality of a level of care, high level care for all, and how to balance that with the concept of additional services. At present, as I understand it, there's some uncertainty amongst some providers about the scope in residential care for them to be able to charge, in effect, at market rates for additional services. And there's been litigation in the past about the scope of what they have to provide in return for the set subsidy for care, and what they're allowed to offer by way of additional services for an additional charge. Is that process working well now? Would you expand the scope for providers to be able to charge for additional services?
In home care or in residential care?
Let's start with residential.
I would expand the range of accommodation options, for example. I would actually want to see both smaller homes into the future and more specialised homes. I do think there's a place to reinvent the community hospice, for example, for someone who's living alone, has a limited time to live, doesn't need to be in hospital, but it doesn't want to die at home. So I would actually expand those sorts of models.
Mhm.
I think one of the problems that the Commission has been asked to address is an impossible one. How do you tease these issues out when you treat aged care like a silo that is separated from the rest of a person's life? And I think that's a much bigger issue in community aged care, which is one of the reasons I don't support a lot of the propositions in the home care paper. But there's a set of issues about what does this person need and want? What are their strengths? What are their preferences? What's their appetite for risk? What are the set of services we can wrap around a person in order for them to live independently in the community? And within that subset, which of those should the Commonwealth subsidise?
Well, let's just take that thought a little further, and now let's consider home and community care. And I want to suggest something to you. Taking into account the need to consider a person in that person's context, in the person's interactions with other aspects of their life, with the way they arrange any help they might get at home from private means, for example. These are very important things for an individual. Just say you've got an individual who might have become used to having a particular person help them in the home from their own private means over a period of time before they ever approach the Commonwealth for subsidy for aged care services. Isn't there more scope in an individualised budget for their home care for them to be able to integrate the subsidy they're getting from the Commonwealth with the way they want to arrange the rest of their life in the form of an individualised budget as opposed to under some sort of program of the kind that you're proposing?
Absolutely not. I think we're getting confused again between individualised planning and individualised budgeting. And one of the underlying assumptions, which I'd like to challenge in the propositions from the home care hearing, is that somehow home care packages or individualisation NDIS style represents choice. And if you go to a block funded service, you don't get choice. And I don't think the evidence actually supports that. And I would point you to, I think really the only piece of work I've seen that's on that, which is research commissioned, that was done by La Trobe University to develop a consumer experience survey. And on the question of, do you have a choice in the services you get, 70% of the people getting home care packages said they do. And you'd expect that. But also 60% of the people getting Commonwealth Home Support Program said they get it. And on the question of I'm participating in planning, there was no difference between the two cohorts. It's not the funding model that determines these issues. It's the care planning model. It's the assessment and care planning model.
So how would going to a block funded model where you go to an organisation who's no doubt doing a terrific job, who's given a block of money for, say, a 3-year period to provide services of particular kinds in a particular area, probably doing so with a stable workforce, so there are real advantages there.
Yep.
How does that cater for an individual being able to choose to use Commonwealth subsidies to continue a relationship with helpers in the home who've been helping them prior to them becoming eligible for aged care services? They wouldn't be able to use a helper in the home who they've been using previously under a block funded arrangement, would they?
No, but they also probably won't be able to use it under an individualised funding arrangement either. But I think what you're raising is a really fundamental issue, is the goal of the Commonwealth aged care system going forward, a universal entitlement program, or a safety net under those who can't afford to pay for their own care. And if somebody's had somebody coming in and doing their housework for the last 10 years and they've been paying for that, why would we now turn around and say, right, well, now the Commonwealth should pay for those services that you have been organising for yourself? It is really unhelpful to think about aged care as a silo or, you know, a ghetto that you get into there and all of a sudden the Commonwealth is responsible for every single thing you might need.
No, but weren't you talking earlier about the need to integrate the care that's provided with the other aspects of the way?
Absolutely, but if I've got a housekeeper who I'm really happy with, then I can use my Commonwealth dollars for something else that I would find valuable.
Partnership under the home care program exists, couldn't the person make an arrangement with their home care provider, the user rights principle 21A, to broker in services from effects contractors, and couldn't those subcontractors be people be consumer requests? Subject to the home care provider agreeing that they're suitable people to provide that service and taking the risk that the services will be high quality and safe.
I'll go back to my opening comment. The purpose of funding system design is to design a funding model for 1 million people a year, and I have no problem with an exception rule that says I've got a housekeeper I'm really comfortable with, I want to use some of my money for that. I have no problem with an exception rule, but I don't think you run a scaled up funding model on the basis of the exceptions. I think you run a model to achieve a balanced set of objectives between, equity, responsiveness or consumer choice, practicality, technical efficiency, that needs to balance public policy objectives at a system level with personalised choice and control to the extent the person wants it at an individual level. And that really does bring, I think, to the next issue. There is an assumption, I think, in some of the propositions that were presented at the home care hearing that every person wants consumer choice. And I have absolutely no problem giving people consumer choice to the extent that they actually want it. I have a problem assuming that choice is so good for you that you have to have it whether you want it or not.
Well, doesn't, just for the sake of testing that, doesn't the home care package proposal, that is the care in the home category of care, as developed in the home care hearing, and we could put up on the screen Exhibit 20-1, tab 59, the draft outline of proposed new service arrangements for home care, for aged care in the community and home. That's a document that summarises the arrangements, and yep. Professor, you've familiarised yourself with it. We go to page 2 of 7 on page 0005. There's the broad description of service types, and it's in respect of the 4th category. Perhaps if the operator could call out the 4 bullet points that are in the top half of the page. Thank you very much. It's in respect of just that 4th service category, care at home, that it's proposed in these propositions that there'd be individualised budgeting, and the other categories would be funded under grant agreements. Mm-hmm. Now, so that for the public, I just wanted to make it clear what we're talking about here, Professor. Now, in respect of this category, assuming that there is an appropriate and well scaled up assessment service, probably assisted along the lines of a proposal you're making, as I understand it, for a broader referral and navigation role to be included in the assessment service by people we've been calling care finders. Assuming that that is working and is agile enough to respond to need without delay, the idea would be that the assessment would generate an individualised budget, at least until there's a case mix model available for home care. And if a case mix model or funding for home care became available, that would presumably enhance the administrative processes of allocating a particular budget of money to a particular person based on an assessment of need. But until then, there'd be, in effect, an individualised budget of some kind, probably generated by reference to unit rates set out in a schedule of standard prices for services in particular areas. Probably those areas would vary by remoteness, so they might be more generous in places where labour is scarcer. Now, a person going through the assessment process and being assigned that budget could opt under this proposal simply to hand that budget over to a provider and have no say in the allocation of particular amounts of that budget to particular care needs, and just leave it to the provider. So they do have a choice not to be involved in the administration of the budget in that sense. Is that not sufficient?
No, I don't think it is. And I think it's confused two concepts. One concept is, how do you identify the quantum of services a person needs? And the other is, how do you then administer that? And the idea of an individualised budget that I take off and manage, and I'll call it a voucher for the sake of the system, is a separate issue. And I think they've been compounded in your description. And I think we need to unpack those two. I am fundamentally arguing for individualised care planning, which is not just about what do you need from the aged care system. I'm arguing for I don't find the assessment proposals that you've got adequate, because they start off by saying the purpose of assessment. You know, the focus of assessment is about assessing you for the eligibility for the services the Commonwealth's got on offer. Whereas I think the starting point is, here's a person who wants to live in the community. What are the wraparound services we need to put around that person in order for them to live as independently and a life as fulfilled as they want? And that means looking at not just what they need from the Commonwealth, but I guess I'd call it a health and social care plan that says, what's your family going to do? What do you be able to get from the GP? What social events in the community would you like to engage in? Okay, where's the gaps and how might we fill them?
Just to stop you there, are you now commenting on proposition FF11, and you're saying that there's a piece missing in FF11
Yes, I think,
involving consideration of, as you've called it, the wraparound circumstances of the person's life?
well, I'm commenting on both the home care propositions,
Yes.
and FF11.
Well, let's go to FF11, and if you've got suggestions about improving it and adding a focus on these contextual matters, I think that's a very important issue, and we should definitely be taking careful note of that, because clearly an assessment should take into account all the circumstances in which the person's living, and that's particularly important in home and community contexts.
Yep.
And is that not covered here?
Not to my satisfaction. I don't think that it has the level of the depth, and I also don't think it has the breadth, and I also don't think it identifies the necessary skill set. There have been two sets of views, and I think they're quite conflicted views about how assessment is done. One, and the Commonwealth set up a RAS network on this basis, that you start off small and you can have a low-skilled, low-paid workforce, and they're just assessing whether you're eligible for this or that or the other thing. And there's another approach that says what we need to do is see assessment as a real opportunity to engage with a person and develop a wraparound which goes beyond aged care. And I guess the comment I'd make about that, we do a lot of work with older people. None of them in their minds can separate aged care from healthcare. And I think this has not actually, I think there's two deficits I would see. One is that it says, right, you're in the aged care system now, we're going to forget everything else about you and we're starting again with an assessment. And the second is that it's not holistic enough. And if I can give one example, GPs in this country do fitness to drive assessments all the time.
Yes.
And they assess somebody as being fit to drive, and they will say every now and again have to tap someone on the table and
the
say,
GP should be able to make a referral for certain aged care services.
no, the GP should be able to say, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to, you're going to have to give up your license, but I'm delegated to approve you to get community transport, not send them to another place.
Yes, thank you. And we'll, as you will have seen in our submissions on program design way back on the 4th of March, we are taking that into account. This particular proposition isn't intended to be chapter and verse on every aspect of assessment, but thank you. Those matters will certainly be taken into account. Now, can we go to what you describe in your statement as the preferred model for the arrangement of these services in four streams or four service categories: age-friendly community services, primary aged care services, secondary aged care services, and tertiary aged care services. Can I just, before we dive into the detail of that, Professor, and that's at page, well, it's paragraph 40 and onwards, where you say, paragraph 40 on page 0008, I support the redesign of the aged care system into 4 streams with the funding model detail varying by stream. The 4 streams are the ones I just read out. Just before we get there, there's a point of clarification I just wish to ask you about by reference to paragraph 18 of your statement on page 0004. And in paragraph 18, you say, I do not believe that describing or funding aged care as a set of discrete service types is the best way to conceptualise, classify or fund aged care into the future. And then you talk about the need for a more forward-looking approach.
Mm-hmm.
We've also been hearing a bit of evidence this week about the economic arguments in favour of being able to understand the cost inputs into a particular service if it's going to be the case that the government's going to subsidise that service at a particular funding level, or and this might or might not be the same thing, if the price that a provider can receive for providing that service is going to be capped or set at that level. And in some cases, the funding level and the price are the same thing. In some cases, they're not, because of the user contribution. And in some cases, it's almost totally a user contribution, such as in the case of the daily fee for basic living costs, but it's essentially operating as a price cap. Now, in all of those circumstances, there's a need, isn't there, to understand what the services are that are being priced. And I'm just wondering how one can give weight to your point about getting away from describing the funding of aged care by reference to a set of discrete service types and to move to some more fluid description. Wouldn't one lose that ability to understand what the cost inputs are and therefore what the efficient price is?
In costing terms, you can cost one of 2 things, and both, obviously. One is a bunch of services. It costs this much to do this or this much to do that. The other is to cost, and this is what we did in the RUC study, and in fact, case mix principles are based on it, which is not costing inputs, but costing a pack. This is what this person needs. Here's a person who can't work, who can only walk with assistance, who's got cognitive issues and some complicated health problems, and the cost of a package of care for this person is in this range.
Mm.
And that's the individualised bundles model. And it's not saying it's 10 cents for this service and 11 cents for this service, and we bundle them up. You clearly need to take account of input costs, which is what we did in the RUC study. We actually went in and we costed every single day of care, every hour of care for every resident.
Yeah.
But the funding model isn't funding the inputs, it's funding a day of care for a person whose needs are in this range, allowing the provider to change the specifics of the services in response to that person's needs from day to day and over time. And when the person's needs change sufficiently, they come back for a reassessment.
So that works, I think, when you have one provider. When you have one provider of home and community care for a particular person, then you don't need to distinguish between what is the particular service on a disparate or granular basis. What's this service and what's that service that's provided? But what if we want to have a model where it's possible to have a specialist provider of something or other and a generalist provider for a set of core services and maybe a couple of extra things and some gardening from an established gardening service? Does that approach break? Does the approach that you've advocated for a holistic output-focused estimate of cost really break down and not facilitate the provision of service from multiple providers?
Not at all. I mean, I proposed 4 funding streams, and within that there are service types and there's a range of services, and some of what I said for each. So you've got age-friendly community services. We need to do something to strengthen community capacity for healthy ageing, and that's that stream. If I put that one aside for a second, for primary and secondary care, which is largely in the community, I saw, and I've outlined in my proposal.
Shall we go to the detail of it? Would that be easier? It might be best for the public to be able to follow. So if we start at that paragraph 40, that's that sort of overview of the 4 streams.
Mm-hmm.
And then age-friendly community services are not the provision of direct support and care, as I understand it. There some contextual services around information, education, referral, things of that kind. Very important. Signposting, I think, it was something that you mentioned, which I take to mean making sure that people know how to get in touch with the services they're going to need. These are topics that were in fact dealt with in our submissions on the 4th of March as well in one of the chapters. And these are very, very important contextual aids to getting access to aged care, aren't they?
Yeah, and another example I would give is, instead of saying, gosh, we want to have an enabling approach, we're now going to start funding a whole lot of gentle exercise programs.
Yeah.
It's in that stream that somebody is approaching the local fitness centres and saying, how about you roll out a program for the over 70s a few times a week?
Yes.
And we will, through our assessment service, identify people who could benefit from that, and that could be one of the services we might promote. And so that it's not, everything doesn't come back to what does the Commonwealth have to fund. That age-friendly community services should be enabling age-friendly activities in the neighbourhood centre and at the bowling club and in the swimming pool.
And this links to what you were saying before about the need to consider the entire person's life, and on a community basis, the entire community and all the things that can help around the fringes that don't necessarily have to be directly subsidised as an aged care service.
And one of the things that's happened to older people is that our Commonwealth state arrangements has led to 2 sets of ideas where people are being assessed in one or the other and nobody's doing the joining up. And we're expecting older people and their families to navigate these systems, which are designed to make it easy for bureaucracies and not to make it easy for consumers.
So is this, I mean, it's obviously an independent topic, but is this a matter of governance of the system, design of the system, as opposed to funding of a specific service per se?
And that was the point I made earlier. My starting point is you cannot separate program design from funding design. I see local government as having a major role in enabling people to live well in their own homes.
Let's go to the service streams that are directly going to be subsidised on your proposal by the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
And you start with primary aged care services and you go through to tertiary aged care services. Can I just leap to tertiary?
Yep.
With perhaps only the most minor of potential modifications, tertiary aged care services really looks the same as our proposals for the way funding arrangements for residential aged care will work. I mean, is that a fair summary, Professor?
Yes. General comment about the streams first. These are not Commonwealth funding programs in the way we have them now. And in my model, a person can be accessing services from each of these streams simultaneously. So somebody can be in residential care and still accessing age-friendly community services or a community transport service with their carer.
That's the same on our proposal.
So I don't think that's any different.
We for example, have social supports, but there's no bar to appropriate social supports being available to somebody who might be living in a residential aged care home. So I don't see it.
The one difference I would point out is in my paragraph 99.
Yes.
And I see no reason for the current arbitrary split between healthcare and aged care, particularly as the Commonwealth is the funder of at least some parts of healthcare. And I don't see why we have to say this sits in the Commonwealth in Medicare benefit schedule and not in aged care, and why we can't blend those. And in paragraph 99, I also propose what I think is a genuine innovation and an important model, which is a capitated nursing home, where a home could elect to have a capitated approach where a person's entitlements to both Commonwealth and state-funded services are cashed out. They have to have a nurse practitioner, not an accountant running it, and which says this person's unwell, will we call an ambulance, in which case they'll pay for it, bring in a specialist team of palliative care workers or hospital in the home.
And Professor, just to stop you there, just so we can get through everything else, the commissioners have already heard evidence in the Canberra hearing about the trials that have been run previously on integrated capitated models where funding's been pulled from all health sources, including Medicare, PBS, etc., with aged care, and an integrated budget's been provided and handed over on a capitated basis for healthcare provision. Trials have been run on those, and that's quite similar to what you're proposing in paragraph 99.
Except that the integrated trials have all been in the community. This is an integrated model in residential care, and where you would say to a person and their family, would you like the traditional residential aged care service, or would you like to go to a capitated nursing home? And this does reinvent the nursing home.
Yes. Thank you. With that option, and perhaps it's a little developmental because it would need probably a bit of, it's not like ANAC that's there in trials, almost ready to run.
Yeah.
This would be a way off, I suggest.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
but it's an option that you see as something that should be provided in the future once it's been developed and appropriately trialled. Is that right?
Propositions you've got for what I call tertiary care, which is residential aged care, but basing new funding model based on the ANAC, I think we are in agreement about. And I think the only slight nuances is that I'm allowing for both ongoing care and episodic care. The ANAC is designed for the ongoing care.
Yes.
And I see no reason for that people in residential aged care, for example, couldn't have a structured reconditioning or rehabilitation program whilst in residential care, not funded from their ANAC payment, but funded in a one-off tertiary aged care payment.
And we'll get to community and home care in a minute, but that same ability to provide surge funding not budgeted for in the budget for ongoing care, in the event of an episodic need, that should apply in home care as well, I suggest.
Absolutely. I've proposed primary, secondary and tertiary care, and each of them having an ongoing care stream and each of them having an episodic care stream.
And in the document that I displayed, I won't ask it to be displayed again, but tab 59, exhibit 20-1 from the home care hearing, on the last page, there's a reference to that capacity being included in the care in the home proposal. And we propose that something similar apply in residential care. And it's essentially surge funding to provide short-term enabling plans and ongoing allied health care. Short-term enabling plans, I'll just start that again. The category will provide short-term enabling plans and ongoing allied health care. But I'll just speak about the short-term plans. Short-term enabling plans are likely to be intense in nature and provide a mix of personal care, nursing care and allied health care interventions that focus on capacity building to maximise functional independence. Plans should run for 6 to 12 weeks and be person-centred and goal-oriented. Is that an acceptable description of a surge capacity for an episodic need?
It's part of surge capacity, but it's not sufficient in my mind. And go back to the block-funded service. This is where the models that require the person to go out and get in line for assessment and come back through the door again in order to get a surge service are one side of that equation. But the other side is, I've had a fall, I need extra help for a few weeks. The service, I want someone who can do that from this week.
Yes.
Or my carer has gone to hospital for the next few weeks. I need a lot more services. I don't need to be reassessed.
That's
my
not
circumstances.
This isn't a proposal for reassessment.
Yeah.
This is a proposal that the provider will simply do that and will be funded to do that.
But one of the problems we've got now in home care packages, and we're seeing the same thing in other individualised funding models, is care recipients feeling the need to save for a rainy day, because if I need a surge, and that's why we have $1 billion in reserves at the moment.
That's why that proposal's there, because people will be able to be confident that if they do have a rainy day, there'll be surge capacity available, not taken out of their package, whereby their home care provider or their residential care provider, if they're in a residential care home, will be able to simply provide care on the basis of a short-term enabling plan of that kind.
I certainly didn't read your funding propositions like that.
Yeah. Well, assuming that in fleshing out the detail, that point is added, I imagine that covers that point, but...
Yes, I think the fundamental point is people need ongoing care, and any system that's responsive to their needs is able to surge up and down for short periods. Somebody might go on a holiday, or they might need more or less. And one of the fundamental problems we've got now in the very rigid package model is that agencies can't use their discretion to cross-subsidise within the agency.
All right. Well, let's move from tertiary back to primary and secondary. I think we've sort of fleshed out the differences that you perceive between your proposal for tertiary care and the propositions that we're developing around what we're calling residential care. And they don't seem to be enormous differences.
There's not.
There are enormous differences with respect to primary and secondary, primarily because I apprehend of this individualised budget process for generating the level of subsidy that will be payable in the category of care in the home, that fourth category that we had up on the screen a short time ago. Is that a fair summary of what's driving the major differences?
No, I think there's some more fundamental.
Please.
And so I do set out my 4 streams, and then in paragraph 41, I make what I think is a really important point, that I would close the Commonwealth Gateway and I would move to a regional service model, and I would have a one-stop shop at a regional level for anyone needing care. And that for me is a really fundamental part of the proposal. If I go through this, do you want me to walk through the streams now?
By all means, if you can give the commissioners a broad overview of what you think is driving the fundamental, well, what are the main factors driving the fundamental differences,
Okay.
and then we could go
Yeah.
to the two streams that we haven't yet covered.
Primary aged care matches for me, and in the eyes of consumers, people understand the GP. So things, direct access services you can get easily, low cost. And my view about primary is that if somebody just needs...
Are we going into the detail now of the
you want me
services?
to,
Yeah.
Sorry, that was what
No,
I want.
I thought you were going to perhaps
Okay,
give the commissioners an overview of what you thought were the broad differences before diving into the detail, but I'm happy to dive into the detail if you we can put...
I might just walk through the three programs. I think that'll make it clear.
Okay, I'll ask the operator to follow Professor Eager as we go. Let's go to page 0009 of the Professor's statement under Proposal 1. And that's where the detail begins on primary aged care services.
Proposal 1 is quite straightforward, and that's my age-friendly community services be funded on a regional basis by a block grant. So there'd be a grant scheme. I live in the Illawarra. There'd be a grant scheme in the Illawarra for proposals that might involve local councils, private providers, about how to make this a more age-friendly place for people to live. That's very straightforward.
Which we covered at the outset. I'm sorry, I meant
primary
Proposal 1 when you get into primary aged care services.
Primary aged care services are not dissimilar to what you call, I'm sorry, I don't know the name of what you've called yours, but services that do not involve personal care, with one exception. And these are those services
Call them social supports
that I believe can be accessed directly and without going through a formal comprehensive assessment on referral from somewhere like a GP or a hospital discharge planner. So these are things like access to the community bus, somebody to do the heavy, you can manage, but you can't actually change your bed anymore because you haven't got the strength, someone to come and change the bed and do the heavy linen. I also included in that episodic care of a short-term nature, which does include personal care. I've had a fall. I need now a month, or my carer's gone to hospital. Normally they help me get dressed and showered in the morning. They're going to be away, and now I need it for a few weeks. And I think a GP or somebody like that should be able to refer that without the person having to go and get a comprehensive assessment in order to get 2 weeks of somebody coming in and showering them while their carer is on away. So that's what I think primary aged care is.
Thank you.
Secondary aged care is, I think...
Just stopping there, if we go to some of the detail under the description and get into the mechanics of the funding, let's just unpack that so the commissioners have a clear idea of your proposal. We look, say, at paragraph 56 in particular. You're proposing that there be, or there could be at least, a primary aged care reference list of reasonable and necessary hours of service for each service. So this is in effect a rough rule, a set of services that would apply as a rule of thumb for most people coming into this stream of services. Is that right?
It's a default maximum entitlement.
Right.
It says a GP, and if you go to the table in that, under that,
Yes.
a GP could approve somebody for 6 hours a month of domestic assistance, or a day a week of social care, or a day of food without anything more. But if they needed something more, so it's a maximum entitlement as a default.
Right.
It's not, they still have, the GP would still do a basic assessment, which they can bill through the to the CMBS, because there's self-assessment items there, they still need to provide the paperwork to demonstrate the person needs it.
Yes.
But the other point that I don't want to miss in that is that the default reference list would be done at a regional level, and it would not be a one-size-fits-all, that the set of services on offer in the remote Kimberley would be a different set of services in the default set than the ones available in the middle of metropolitan Melbourne.
Right. Okay.
And that's one of the reasons that I said that the standard set of service types, in my mind, does not work. One size doesn't fit all.
And would there be scope for referral to these services through any Commonwealth official mechanism, or you're just doing away with the gateway altogether?
No, well, I would certainly abolish the Commonwealth My Aged Care Gateway. I'd leave it as an information service for those who want the information, but I certainly wouldn't make it a gateway into the aged care system. In my view, Commonwealth gateways work best and only work well for Commonwealth financial transfer programs. You go on to...
Well, let's not get into all that, but
Okay.
Can I just ask you, is there a role for a Commonwealth official in your
Absolutely,
process for determining eligibility here, or is it just GPs?
I'm not supposing it's a free-for-all, and I'm not limiting it to GPs. Hospital discharge
Yes,
planner
and you said
could
that.
organise, for example.
But and you're not suggesting it's a free-for-all. What do you mean? There is some sort of process whereby a Commonwealth official looks at the referral,
GP or
approves it, or
the
something of that kind.
discharge planner would still need to do an assessment that's appropriate, scaled to the task, and there'd be random audits and the usual regulation to require those, in the same way that that happens now for other sorts of services.
Okay, now it seems to me that there's something quite close to an individualised assessment going on, but this is a cap on the hours that the person would get. And the only difference is that the only difference between the idea of generating an individualised budget from that assessment and this proposal is that there's a volume of hours as opposed to a volume of hours feeding into the calculation of a budget that the person can then direct by way of expenditure. Is that a fair summary?
In everything I have provided to the Commission, the starting point has been an individualised assessment and individualised care planning.
Yes.
The point of difference is that necessarily has to translate into a voucher and an individualised budget.
Okay. Right, thank you. And then there's more detail leading to proposal 2, primary aged care services on page 0011. Primary aged care services be funded on a price and volume basis. What's the price basis in that?
Okay. In paragraph 59, I just wanted to reinforce that the reference list is not set and forget. It's the starting, it's a notional allocation that can be varied depending on the circumstances of the person. Person might not need that if they've got a co-resident carer, but they might if they don't, for example.
Thank you. And in proposal 2, under paragraph 63, primary aged care services be funded on a price and volume basis with the reference list being used to guide the hours allocated.
Yep.
What's the price element there?
So you would start off, if you say that the majority of the organisations that would take this model on are the current Commonwealth Home Support Program or what was the old HAC program, we would be saying we've got these, we've calibrated these activities as units of activity. We are going to fund you for 1,000 units of activity. And it's notionally built up like this, but you have flexibility to move those hours between individuals in response to their care needs at their assessment and their changing needs in the course of the year. And the price and volume is a total quantum of 1,000 units of activity, and where you then have an activity threshold, a stop loss mechanism that says if you do between 900 hours and 900 units of this activity and 1,100 units of this activity, that's fine for the block grant, and we will have provisions to fund you at marginal cost for any activity above 1,100 units And if you go below 900 units, that will be the starting point of next year's contract.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to secondary aged care services.
Mm-hmm.
And you've made the point that a person might be having primary and secondary services at the same time.
Absolutely.
They don't move in some fashion from one stream to the other in a mutually exclusive way. They might indeed be receiving services from all 4 streams at the same time.
Absolutely, they do.
Or some of these services would be only provided in the home, so wouldn't be available to somebody in tertiary. Okay, and it's different from primary in the sense that the ACATs now become involved and perform a comprehensive assessment.
Absolutely.
In other ways, it's quite similar to the mechanisms that you envisage as appropriate for the funding of the primary services. Is that fair
similar? This is the area where I would see eventually having a case mix classification for the ongoing secondary care. I do not.
Once ready.
Yeah, so I wouldn't do that. If somebody needs an hour a week of community transport or a linen service, that's all they need to live independently.
Yep.
They don't need a comprehensive assessment and a case mix system. But I would use, this is my threshold, and the boundary is that, and it's a different boundary to where you've got it set. Your boundary is outside the home, you have one model, and inside the home you have another. My boundary for secondary is that this is personal care,
yes,
rather
hands-on
than,
care.
you know, housekeeping is not here.
Yeah, personal care meaning hands-on.
Hands-on personal care.
Hands-on
So
personal care.
I would put in there personal care, allied health, but I also put things like dementia peer support, where you actually want health professionals,
yep,
allied health and nurses to be involved. And I would also then, in the category of episodic care, put restorative care, enabling programs, centre-based transition programs and the like.
Yep. Now, understand that you've also got a further idea that you regard as an alternative to your preferred model.
Yep.
Could you tell the Royal Commissioners about that? That this is a further proposal as an alternative.
Compromise model? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, it's up to you what you call it, but I understand you've got some thoughts on funding arrangements that might be appropriate for care provided in the community and in the home.
So to sequence this, when I wrote my funding statement, when you asked me to present for this hearing, I hadn't seen your proposals for the home care hearing, nor read your proposition. I was really alarmed when I read those, both of them. And so I did develop what I call a compromise proposal. My alarm was around essentially 2 things, I think. The one program we have that actually works really well in aged care is the Commonwealth Home Support Program. 850,000 people, 1,500 providers roughly. The only 2 complaints you ever hear about that are not enough care hours and you can't get case management. And effectively what your propositions were proposing was to blow up that program and move and leave a husk of it, which was care outside the house, which is the minor bit, and move everybody into the individualised, with no choice but individualised budgeting and funding. For me, that has 3 problems really. One is the structural problem, that aged care is a ghetto and isolated off from everything else. The second is that I think it fails the good public policy principles that in my paper. And the third was about how impractical it is in terms of transition and implementation. So I don't know whether you want me to talk about those or just move straight to the compromise model.
I think move straight to the compromise model. We might come back to the practical problems you see with the individualised package approach to care in the home in the course of you explaining the benefits of your compromise model, if you can.
Yep. So I will call it a compromise because for me, a more
It's not your preferred model, we understand that.
The more preferred model is one that is conceptually sophisticated but administratively simple, and I think that's what the primary, secondary, tertiary does. But I do think this is a workable model, and it has two elements. One element I just want to park and make a point on and then park really, which is outside the scope of aged care. But I do believe this commission, Royal Commission, should be recommending that eligibility for the NDIS be raised to age 75 years. And there are a group of people, and I'll call them the young old group, who enter the aged care system at age 65. They're not entering because they need health care and support.
Can we come back to that if we've got time, because we will run out of time, I
Okay,
think.
the compromise model for me
please.
says combine the funding out of Commonwealth Home Support and the home care packages program, redevelop the ACAT network, and we have 80 of them already, into what I'm calling an aged care assessment and referral service, which incorporates your concept of care finder. And those organisations around the country are the first port of call for anyone needing anything other than, well, under this model, every single thing you need, even if it doesn't need an hour of transport, you've got to go there. They do all of the assessment, they do all of the care planning, and they navigate and they work out with you and they say, right, you're going to need help in the home, community transport, this and that. We have two options available for what I'm now calling the delivery mode. One is effectively the NDIS type model. You'll get a voucher, and here's the 4 organisations in our region that delivers that way. And the other is you can get referred to an organisation that gets a block annual grant from the government. You'll get exactly the same services, and you can take either the block grant option if that's what suits you best and if that's your choice, or you can take the voucher model if that's what suits you best.
And what's the advantage of adding that option to be able to take the block, be referred to a block funded provider? What's the advantage, Professor?
Well, the advantage for the consumer is that it's actually a real choice. But I really want to challenge this idea that every consumer's choice is to actually manage their own individualised budget. And here I would draw your attention to the NDIS. The NDIS has 40,000 people over age 55, and only 6% of that cohort elect fully self-managed voucher. Another 11% or 12% elect partial. 80% of services do not elect.
Are you able to give us a reference for those
yes,
statistics,
I'm sure. I
please?
actually brought it with you.
Thank you.
And this is from a very recent report produced by the Social Policy Research Centre at the University of New South Wales called National Disability Insurance Scheme, People Who Self-Manage Their NDIS Plan. So for me, the power of that model says we are genuinely giving the services you get are the same. We are actually making individualisation a mode of delivery rather than the service.
Well, can I just raise the point I did raise at the start, in virtually the first few minutes of this examination? Doesn't the package process cater for the person who chooses to have nothing to do with the management of their own care by just allowing that person to hand over responsibility for management entirely to the home care provider of their choice?
I found the proposition unclear because it was confusing how the needs are determined and the quantum of services you need.
Which proposition?
Proposition. Sorry.
Perhaps it
Care at home, sorry. Individualised bundles, FF6.
Right.
And I felt it was compounding how you assess need, how you agree on what the quantum of care is, and then how it gets administered. I don't think we're too far apart. I've got a more holistic assessment, you've got a narrower assessment, but I think we're at the same point on that. It's how you administer. And I'm saying, instead of saying once you're there, you have to have an individualised package, that a person could have the choice. And for me, that is real choice. And I don't think that's available in FF6 as it's written now.
Well,
Professor, perhaps I've misunderstood what you were saying about the NDIS, but the NDIS doesn't work on providers, does it? It's all, don't they all choose their own service?
Under the NDIS, you are given a choice of either self-managed, either fully or partially, or plan. You can actually go to a plan management company, another provider, and get them to manage it, or the NDIS will manage it for you.
But there's no grant funded provider though, is there?
Sorry?
There's no grant funded provider in the.
No, it's how you administer it.
Yeah, no.
And I'm saying there are a lot of people, and in fact over 80% of people in the NDIS, who do not choose to manage their own budget.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Thank you. And some wording should certainly be added to FF6 to make it clear that in the spectrum of choice available to a person who receives a budget or a package or a bundle, whatever word we want to use, or a voucher, whatever word we use for that concept of an entitlement to services of a particular value, a sentence certainly needs to be added stating that on the spectrum of choice, the person may choose to have no part in the provider's management of that package, or in partnership with the provider, the person may share in the management up to quite a high level of involvement in the management of their care. Now, if a sentence of that nature is added, are we, I think you said a minute ago, are we quite close?
Look, I think we're close, but I think the difference is that I want the assessment to end with an agreed set of services the person needs rather than a nominated amount of dollars.
Just to take that point, because I was interested in this at the outset of the examination. You're proposing an assessment of need, and it results in identification of the service types that are required and even the volumes of services that are required. That's integral to the proposal, isn't it? So many hours of...
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
No.
So what does the assessment result in?
The assessment says we've agreed that what you believe will help you live happily at home is personal care, this, that, and the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're now going to send you to, you've elected to go to the local council, and a caseworker and the care manager there will sit down with you and look at how that balances, and we can change that mix of services over time.
Well, certainly, but the home care package approach that's in FF6,
Mm-hmm.
Provided there's assessment available on an agile basis, if there's a change in need over time, that will deliver the same outcome, won't it?
Well, yes, I don't think we're too far apart. It's really this I think there's a difference about how we perceive the elasticity of demand and the role of assessment. I think there's an assessment that gets you into a service system, but the big issue in aged care is not the initial assessment, it's how you are reassessed and the opportunities you have to refine those needs over time. People have very fluctuating and changing needs in aged care, and that's one of the things that makes it very different to the disability system. People in the NDIS are there because they've got disability, and that's a stable condition. People, aging is not a disability.
There's no doubt that is a very telling point. There's no doubt that a vastly larger assessment capability and a more agile one would be required to achieve this transition. And there's no doubt that there'd need to be a very careful implementation having regard to the need to have that assessment capability up and running. I don't think there's anything being put to the contrary in any of these propositions.
No, I don't think there is. I think it's lacking the detail that it's needed.
Yeah, could I just comment on that? I think that's likely right, Professor Rieger. It seems to me that in the discussions we've had, at least with the staff of the Commission, we're quite keen to see a considerable degree of flexibility, and that drawing in of additional services, supports, engagement with the community, all that sort of stuff that delivers the holistic kind of package you're talking about. And I fully appreciate what you're saying in terms of the potential rigidity of any program system. You know, that's the challenge here that we're trying to base. But I take your point, and I want to reassure you that I understand what you're saying.
And I think for me, if I go back to the home care proposition, the section on assessment, page 4 of 7, the first sentence is, assessment is required to determine an older person's eligibility for aged care. Well, that's true, but assessment is actually required to help a person make decisions about what they need to live as independently as possible with the best quality of life as possible. And that's a different starting point, and it's a different philosophy.
No, I understand what you're saying.
In home care proposition 10, I think it was, we did flesh out more detail about the principles that should guide assessment and the enabling and independence goals that should be embedded in assessment. But nevertheless, thank you for all that assistance. That is very, very helpful. We'll be able to refine and improve the proposition significantly. Can I just move to a point that's been causing us to reflect quite deeply on how independent pricing underpinning ANAC, or I suppose the possibility of some other case mix model in the future might be determined, might be established. And it's what we see as the importance to consider labour conditions and the potential future improvement of labour conditions, including the creation of an incentive for greater attraction and retention of a higher paid workforce in the future, how that might feed into the independent pricing mechanism, which is the foundation and anchor of ANAC or any other case mix system. So, Professor, just for those listening, ANAC itself doesn't give you the anchor price on which the various ratios of weighting of funding to particular case mix classifications will depend, does it? It will need an anchoring efficient price, it's sometimes called, on which to operate. And that's going to be the task of some sort of independent pricing process or some other pricing process. Have I got that right?
We developed the ANAC based on current average practice, and we would all agree that current average practice is a long way from good practice or uniformly good practice. There are pockets of excellent practice at the moment. We did the work, as you know, and I presented to the Commission in October last year on staff ratios, and we have been working with, and in that process, we actually recalibrated all the weightings of the classes based on meeting 3-star, 4-star, 5-star care. So that's already, the classes are looking quite different than they were in that point in time. And the starting point for a costing study, of course, is you take current average practice, but you can also do, and we have done quite a lot of this work, best practice costing. Let's agree for class 3 what the right package of care is for that, and we will fund best practice. And we can move pricing from current average practice to best practice. But a precondition is that you are actually implementing that classification in a way that allows you to measure inputs and measure outputs adjusted for the complexity of the class, which is one of the problems with the individualised model, is that because you can't adjust for what I'm calling the case mix, the mix of people, you can never risk adjust to actually measure outcomes in a meaningful way, and therefore never agree on what best practice is.
Thank you. So we've got an independent pricing proposition, FF1, and we've got a case mix funding proposition, FF7. And what's causing us concern, or what's attracting interest, is the intersection of those propositions with predictions about future labour conditions, including predictions about what future labour conditions might be under better circumstances than present levels of remuneration. Because one of the key factors on which the success and sustainability of the future aged care system will depend is supply of an adequate workforce and an adequately skilled workforce.
Sure.
And it looks like there are going to be serious workforce shortages, and in fact there already probably are. This suggests that labour conditions need to improve in order to attract a more numerous and appropriately skilled workforce. Now, one of the issues addressed in the workforce hearing back in October last year and culminating in submissions in February related to potential mechanisms for bringing about improvements in labour conditions to create those incentives to build a sustainable workforce in the future. How do you see wages, including improved wages, being factored into this independent pricing process?
I think there's several bits in your question.
Yes.
To finish off individualisation always leads to increased casualisation when you do it at scale. And so that's casualised workforce.
Can we move away from individualised funding now?
It is an important issue. If we're talking about the workforce, we want a good quality workforce in both residential.
That's not what I'm
and
asking.
home.
That's not what I'm asking about.
But you can easily recalibrate the weights based on different pricing for different types of staff. That is, I mean, you can do it in an Excel spreadsheet. It's a very simple technical task, is to say this is how it's working now. For example, only 1% of time in residential aged care is allied health. If we doubled the salaries, which the allied health would love, and we double the time, we can easily recalibrate the weights. It's a very simple technical task. It actually doesn't require an independent pricing authority, which I don't support that. It does actually require a pricing function to be built in the same way that I understand James Downing will be giving evidence in terms of the hospital model, so we don't need to go through the technicality, but you do need a pricing function, and that pricing function can be based on current average practice, best practice, by recalibrating salaries and all sorts of that. These are very easy technical issues, and I think the important point to make is that we need to be clear about the policy first and have the policy drive the technical, and not have the technical drive the policy.
Well, just to pick up something you mentioned, I think you said you're not in favour of an independent pricing authority, but you do agree with an independent pricing function. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So a pricing function performed by the executive government, but independently of fiscal constraints and issues. Is that what you mean by?
I think
the function being performed, but not being performed by a separate authority?
I think it depends on the overall arrangements that are agreed for the governance. If aged care was to say stay within the Department of Health, then the sensible thing to do is to expand the role and function of the Independent Hospital Pricing Authority and make it an Independent Hospital Pricing and Aged Care Authority. They've got the skills, they've got the systems, but if, for example, there was a decision the best thing to do was to establish a national aged care authority, a Commonwealth corporate entity. Then you could put the pricing function in that corporate entity.
Oh, I see. I thought you said, I think I misheard you. It's all right.
I certainly don't think that the solution for aged care is a whole bunch of new bureaucracies in Canberra. I think we've got to look at, this is technical, but it's not that complex, and we know how to do it in health. Aged care has a lot of similarities. We might as well plug in and use that existing skill set. Compared to health, this is both small and relatively simple.
And back in 2011, the Productivity Commission, in its seminal report, Caring for Older Australians, floated the idea of setting subsidies by taking into account the need to pay fair and competitive wages.
Mm-hmm.
And how would we achieve that in any recommendations our Royal Commissioners might make? Would that involve, in a sense, setting guidelines for the exercise of this independent pricing function, whether that's exercised by the Independent Hospital Pricing Authority or somebody else?
Yes, it depends on the funding model. And if I come back to residential care, the funding model we developed for residential care has a base care tariff and then an individualised payment. And the base care tariff pays a lot more if a home is in a remote area. And what it's paying in that is a price premium for the staff costs in remote areas. And it is a very sizable payment. It's 50% of the total residential aged care payment that we have proposed is in a base care tariff, which also brings stability to the system.
I have no further questions. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Mr. Briggs? Professor, thank you for all the work that you've done. This may be the last occasion when we see you in a public hearing, and we're very conscious of the amount of work that you've done for us, and we're grateful indeed to be able to have the ability to use your resources and knowledge and experience and thoughts. So thank you very, very much indeed for all that you've done.
Thank you.
Mr. Gray, I think we adjourned to 2:15.
Yes, please, Commissioner. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2:15.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Professor Stephen Gray and Mr. Dinesh Kumareswaran.
Professor Gray, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Kumareswaran, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Professor Gray, you're the Director and Chairman of Frontier Economics, and you also are a Professor at University of Queensland. Is that correct?
That is, yes.
And what's the title of the professorial seat you hold?
Just Professor of Finance.
Thank you. And is that a position that's associated with the Queensland University of Queensland Business School?
It is, yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Kumareswaran, you're an economist also with Frontier Economics?
That's
that
correct.
right?
Yes.
And your key experience is in financial economics, utility regulation and financial services?
That's correct.
Is that right? And Professor Gray, you've got a great deal of experience in regulatory economics, corporate finance and related issues concerning valuation, cost of capital, corporate finance strategy and pricing issues. Is that right?
Yes.
The Royal Commission retained Frontier Economics to prepare, inquire into and prepare 2 reports relating to returns earned by aged care service providers and the required return for aged care service providers. And for the record, they're at tab 12 of the tender bundle. That's the profitability of aged care report dated 23rd July 2020. And at tab 23 of the bundle, the required return for aged care service providers dated 4 August 2020. And Professor Gray and Mr. Kumareswaran, you worked on the latter of those 2 reports, the required return report, didn't you?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And in respect of that report, to the extent that there are facts or assumptions stated in there, to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the facts correct and are the assumptions fairly made? And are the opinions in the report opinions that you sincerely hold?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, the report's entitled The Required Return for Aged Care Service Providers, and on page 0006, which is original or native page 2, there's a summary of the terms of the engagement of Frontier Economics, and it says there in paragraph 1 that Frontier Economics was engaged to estimate the weighted average cost of capital, WACC or WACC, for the provision of accommodation in the residential aged care sector and certain other things. Now, I just want to ask you about that first topic, and I'll ask for a bit of an explanation of what it means. If we go to paragraph 4 on that same page, there's a reference there, after a reference to a thing called a building block model, to, in the second sentence, investors, and something said there about investors providing capital to fund purchase or construction of a residential aged care facility. Professor Gray, can I direct questions principally to you, and to the extent that you wish, you can bring Mr. Kumareswaran into the exchange and the engagement with the question. My question to you, what is the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, and what's its connection with the capital that investors will require to fund and purchase construction of a residential aged care facility?
So the WACC, or weighted average cost of capital, is set out in paragraph 11 of our report. It's a weighted average of the returns that the two different types of investors, debt investors and equity investors, would require in order to commit capital to a particular investment. So some of the capital that's required for purchase of an investment will be provided by equity investors who take an ownership interest in that asset, and they'll require a certain level of return. Some of the capital will be provided by debt investors who effectively lend capital in order to partially finance the investment, and they'll require a different rate of return. The WACC, as the name suggests, is just a simple weighted average of the returns that are required by equity investors and debt investors.
Thank you. Now, if we take debt investors first, they're probably the simplest, aren't they? Because it's possible to observe the returns required by debt investors at particular times and to construct a trailing average of what debt investors in a particular, that is, lenders to a particular entity attracting a particular credit rating might require.
That's right. To a large extent, the required return from debt investors is observable. The return that debt investors require is in the form of an interest rate, which is observable in the marketplace.
When we turn to what might be required by people taking an ownership interest, equity investors in a particular entity, we're on more difficult ground. Is that right, Professor? There isn't a way of directly observing what that return is, and various methods have been constructed to infer what that return is.
That's right. For the required return on equity, one needs to resort to an economic model to estimate what it would be a fair and reasonable return that investors might require, considering the risk of the investment.
Thank you. Now, if we just go down a little past the paragraph you mentioned to paragraph 13 on the same page, page 0008, or native page 4 of your report, you've said there, in practice, the most common approach to estimating the required return on equity is the capital asset pricing model, CAPM or CAPM, and then you've given a formula. Is that the model you had in mind a minute ago when you answered my question?
It is.
And just taking the terms in that formula and breaking them down, is the term on the left side of the equation the return on equity that we're trying to estimate?
That's right.
And is it made up of something called RF, the risk-free rate, which I'll ask you about in a minute, plus something else?
Yes, it is.
And that something else, can we call that beta, and it's multiplied by market risk premium? I'll ask you about those terms in a minute. In conceptual terms, is beta trying to capture the level of a certain form of risk that attaches to investing in an entity of the kind in question?
That's right, yes.
And is MRP, or market risk premium, trying to capture in some way the difference between the general returns of the stock market, essentially, the returns of a diversified portfolio over time, to the extent that those returns are above the risk-free rate?
That's right. The market risk premium, or MRP, can be thought about as the additional level of return that investors would require over and above the risk-free rate to compensate them for the risk of investing in an asset of average risk.
And if they were investing in a managed portfolio that was exactly reflective of the average risk of the market as a whole, beta would be 1, would it?
That's correct.
And so beta is controlling for the risk attaching to the investment in a particular firm. Is that what we're doing?
Exactly right. As we note in subparagraph C there, beta is in essence, a scaling factor. So an investment that had 20% more risk than the average would require a 20% greater premium than the average. And
Thank
in
you.
that example, beta would be 1.2.
Thank you. And you've explained these concepts, risk-free rate and market risk premium, in the report. You've done it now. We don't need to go there. That's at page 0010 for those who wish to see. Can I just ask you about an aspect of the risk-free rate, which you're explaining in your report at 0013 and 14, native pages 9 and 10. You refer to the risk-free rate having some relationship with long-term government bonds or securities. Can you please explain that connection by reference perhaps to that chart describing a decline in yields on 10-year government bonds?
Yes, the capital asset pricing model is used very frequently in practice for asset valuation and for estimating required returns. The risk-free rate, the standard approach in practice for estimating the risk-free rate is to use the yield or interest rate on 10-year government bonds. That's the widely adopted practice throughout the market. That figure 1 illustrates the rate of return or the yield on 10-year government bonds in the Australian market over time. And what it shows is that at present, the 10-year government bond yield is very low relative to its historical average.
Now, later in the report, perhaps the best place to take you to is page 0016, which is native page 12. You explain that, in your opinion, a particular approach is needed to cater for movement in the risk-free rate, and perhaps it's never been more clearly evident that there can be quite severe movement in the risk-free rate over time. And you make a connection between the way that one approaches circumstances where the risk-free rate is moving and its relationship with the long-term average of excess market returns, that is the market risk premium that you spoke about a minute ago. Can you explain what needs to be done in this regard, in your opinion?
Yes, if one were to adopt a constant market risk premium in that CAPM formula, that would be akin to saying that investors require the same compensation for an investment of average risk in all market conditions, including economic expansions and financial crises. In our view, it doesn't make sense that investors would require that same premium for risk in such different market circumstances. It's generally accepted that the market risk premium, for that reason, does vary over time. And what we're illustrating in figure 2 and in the discussion around that figure is a negative relationship between the risk-free rate and the market risk premium, such that in circumstances where risk-free rates are very low, that tends to occur, for example, during financial crises. Risk-free rates reduced very markedly at the peak of the global financial crisis, for example, and they're currently at historical lows now. In those circumstances where risk-free rates have dropped to low levels, there's evidence of market risk premium increasing above its long-term average. The implication of that is that the required return on equity is relatively more stable over time than the government bond yield.
Thank you. Now, could I ask you about beta? You've explained that beta's that method for scaling, I think you said, the return required for investment in a particular firm by comparison with the overall excess market returns, or MRP. And thank you for just describing that potentially inverse relationship, or that tendency for there to be an inverse relationship in the way MRP moves, perhaps to partially compensate for drops in or movement in risk-free rate. But now we're talking about the scaling factor, which one applies to the excess market premium in order to estimate, in order to add to the estimation of return for an investment in a particular firm. And you explained that the scaling is done by reference to some sort of estimation of the risk of investing in that firm or a firm of that kind. Can you explain how you go about estimating the equity beta for firms that are involved in the provision of, say, aged care services in Australia?
Yes, what you're trying to estimate in relation to the equity beta is the extent to which the returns on a particular stock that you're interested in vary in relation to returns of the broad market index. So in the Australian context, the broad market index that we're talking about would be the ASX 200 index or the All Ordinaries index, based on a very broadly diversified portfolio of stocks that trade on the ASX. Stocks with a high beta, a beta above 1, are those stocks that tend to increase by more than the market when the market's up, and they decrease by more than the market in circumstances where the market's down. Conversely, stocks that have a beta less than 1 are relatively more stable over time than the market. They tend to increase and decrease by somewhat less than the broad market portfolio. So what we're trying to estimate is, for the particular kind of asset or the particular kind of business in question, how would the returns on that particular type of business vary in relation to market movements. The way that's estimated in practice, and this is a very, very standard approach, is via a technique known as regression analysis, and that involves obtaining some historical data of returns on a particular stock and historical data, corresponding historical data for returns on the broad market index. And then an analysis comparing those two will give an indication of whether that particular stock tends to increase by more or less than does the broad market over time. Now, in order to do that, one needs to identify a set of comparator businesses that have same risk characteristics as the particular business that we're interested in. In this case, the particular type of business that we're interested in is the provision of aged care accommodation services. So not the rest of the aged care business, but just the accommodation services within the context of aged care. So ideally, one would be able to identify a set of a dozen or more comparator businesses that are involved in only that activity. So only the provision of accommodation in the aged care sector. But of course, there are no such businesses that do only that. And so we've identified two closest possible sets of comparator businesses for the purposes of beta estimation. One set of comparators are providers of aged care services. They're not perfect comparators because they provide accommodation services, but also other services in the aged care sector, care services and so on. And then we also use a set of real estate investment trust comparators. So these are companies that provide only accommodation services, but they're not perfect either because they provide accommodation services not just in the aged care sector, but also to students and retirees and families and so on. So we take those two sets of comparators, neither of which are
Professor, I'll just ask that a table be displayed, which will help people follow this part of the explanation. Do pardon me for interrupting. Page 0023, please, operator, which is native page 19. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. So,
Oh,
so
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I should have gone to. It's a combination of 19 and 20, where there are beta estimates for supplementary aged care comparators, as well as beta estimates for the REIT comparators. Thank you, Professor.
Yes, so those tables that are displayed now set out the comparators in the two sets that I've just identified, and the beta estimates for each of those comparator firms computed using that standard regression analysis approach that I described earlier. And then at that point, the approach is to apply a level of judgment given all of the relevant data to select a point estimate for beta. We look at the betas of the various comparator groups and distill that down to a point estimate of 0.75, indicating that the...
Pardon me again. I'll ask the operator to go to the next 2 pages, please. 0025 and 26. If you can show both pages 0025 and 0026 on the screen at the same time, please. That's native pages 21 and 22. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Probably the best place to look is in Table 8 at the bottom of page 21, where we summarise the betas for various different subsets of our comparator set. For each of those subsets, we report the mean, which is just the simple average of the betas in that subset. We also report the median, which is the middle estimate among those various different subsets. If you look at the bottom row there, across all of our comparators, the mean is a 0.78, the median 0.72. We've applied judgment and adopted a point estimate for beta 0.75, indicating that this particular type of activity is of below average level of risk.
Thank you. Let's go to page 0030, native page 26. And this important input into the overall weighted average cost of capital estimation is made clear in the table that's now displayed, table 9.
Yes.
Is that right? And your conclusion is a vanilla WACC, that's a certain treatment of returns on debt and returns on equity referable to tax, isn't it? What is it again?
The vanilla WACC is just that very simple weighted average formula for WACC that we looked at earlier.
Yep. And does vanilla mean it's a pre-tax estimate of the return on?
No, it's a post-tax estimate, and so after corporate taxes, an appropriate level of return to just fairly compensate debt and equity investors would be 6.85% per annum.
Thank you. And let's now step back and consider what the potential uses of this are. In accommodation, in the aged care setting, there's a particular supplement that's payable by the government to people known as supported residents. They're people who, in effect, after going through a particular means test, are eligible to be supported by that particular subsidy payable by the government, either to relieve them totally from any obligation to pay for accommodation, or at least to relieve them partially from having to pay the full amount of that the full amount accommodation that might otherwise be charged. Now, there are hundreds of residential aged care providers operating many more, something in the thousands of aged care facilities, and each of those facilities has required capital investment in order to be built and in order for it to be refurbished from time to time. How might one take into account the sorts of analysis that you've performed here in a sector that involves so many providers and so many facilities, each of them facing their own unique investment burden? Could it be used in some fashion in a uniform way, or at least for segments of the sector, or does it have to be applied singly, one by one, to each facility?
No, it doesn't have to be applied in a unique, bespoke way to each facility. If I perhaps just step back and talk briefly about what the purpose of the building block model that we've developed is, it's to ensure that the investors who provide that capital over the life of the investment are just made whole, that they recover the capital that they invest and that they obtain a just, fair and reasonable return on the capital for the period over which it is invested. So that's the objective of the building block model. In this particular circumstance, there are two key components of that. One is the capital base, so how much capital is required to be invested, and then the second one is the percentage rate of return, the WACC that we've been discussing. So we need to think about how would the capital base and how would the rate of return be computed in the context that you've described, relating to many different aged care providers. The capital base, what would be required there is what's known as a line in the sand valuation. So what is the value of the capital for a particular facility? And there are a couple of different ways of computing that. One would be, as you indicated, a bespoke valuation of each facility. That's what's been done in the regulated infrastructure sector, which is much easier because we're talking there about, for example, electricity networks. There's only two in Queensland. There's only one in South Australia. So it's feasible to do a bespoke valuation in that sector, but probably not so in the aged care sector. In which case we would look at some kind of benchmark valuation where one would have regard to location. Likely is more expensive to build a facility in a metropolitan area than a regional area, the quality of the facility, age, and so on. So one could provide valuations on that benchmark basis rather than a bespoke valuation for each facility. It's a case of weighing up the benefits of a bespoke valuation versus administrative complexity and cost. That's on the capital base. In terms of rate of return, if we start out making the assumption that all of the providers are commercial operators and there are no other government subsidies, then the approach there would be to have a single allowed return across the industry. That's very much the approach where this building block model is applied in infrastructure regulation. So, for example, electricity networks in Queensland and South Australia have the same allowed return. Whether a network is state or privately owned, same allowed return. Even whether the network is a gas or electricity distribution network, same allowed return. So, but for some kind of differential level of government subsidy, there'd be a single allowed return, in our view, across the industry. When we get to other forms of government subsidy, I'm talking there about things like capital contributions that government has made to varying degrees for different providers. Some providers have to pay tax, others are tax exempt. And then there's also an element of government subsidy in relation to refundable accommodation deposits from the nature of government guaranteeing repayment of those. In that case, we'd need to account for how those different forms of government subsidy might impact on what would be a fair rate of return. And the objective of that exercise would be to make sure that there's no double counting. We would want to avoid a situation where government makes a subsidy by providing a capital contribution, for example, and then investors are able to recover the benefit of that capital contribution. That would be doubling the subsidy. So adjustments would have to be made to ensure that double counting didn't occur.
Thank you. Nevertheless, it sounds like you wouldn't have to calculate a bespoke WACC for every provider. There'd be some method, perhaps producing some sort of table of variables to account for these different metrics. And one of the inputs into a process for determining what a fair, in effect, a fair return on capital investment for a particular facility might be, would be something to do with the land value of that facility, perhaps something to do with when it was built, how much it cost. Would that be an issue? Would that be an element?
Yes. They're things that would go into the capital base element that I was describing.
And rather than having a essentially one size fits all level of accommodation supplement subsidy, this might be a more tailored approach to what is an appropriate return on capital investment, facility by facility, and it would avoid the need to create a bespoke WACC for each and every provider. Is that a fair summary, Professor?
Exactly right. I think there's a mechanism for achieving something between the two endpoints of a bespoke valuation for every single provider, or indeed every single facility on the one hand, and a single one-size-fits-all allowance at the other extreme.
Yes, and I won't ask you questions about whether it would be appropriate to extend that model into price capping of accommodation charge transactions between people who aren't supported residents and aged care providers. We heard from Professor Menendez, who I believe is a colleague of yours at University of Queensland, on that topic yesterday, and we heard some points for and against, and I think on the whole against. But nevertheless, I won't ask you about those things. I will ask you about page 0042, page 38 of your report. You're referring there in a table to three different scenarios, one called a base case, where you've, I think, assumed a figure right on, I believe, or very close to the level of the accommodation subsidy of about $21,000, and you've considered what might, in strict application of the capital asset pricing model, including taking into account tax effects or the absence of tax effects, because it's a post-tax WACC, as you've just said. And that's scenario one. For a tax-exempt provider, you've calculated a slightly different figure. And could you just explain that to the commissioners and how you've arrived at that, and whether in effect it's justifiable in your view to try to vary the level of subsidy that would be payable for accommodation on the basis of tax or tax exempt status?
Yes, the way the building block approach works, as I described earlier, is it's seeking to make sure that the investors are just made whole over the life of the asset. So the building blocks are a return of capital. So the investors should receive their capital back over the life of the investment, a return on capital, and that's the WACC that we've been talking about, compensation to cover any operating costs. And in this scenario, we're talking about only the operating costs that pertain to the provision of accommodation services. So that would be things like maintenance and administration costs, but only so far as they pertain to the accommodation services. And then the fourth building block component is corporate tax. So there have to be enough revenues each year for the entity to pay its tax bill. It turns out that that fourth element, the corporate tax, is relatively minor relative to the other things. As we go from the base case to the tax-exempt provider, that's a case where government has decided that the provider does not need to pay corporate tax, so there wouldn't need to be compensation for the payment of corporate tax because there is no corporate tax to be paid, and that reduces the fee from $21,000 to a little over $20,000. Now, there's a couple of ways of proceeding at that point. One is to have a charge set at $20,000 for tax-exempt providers on the basis that, well, that's all that they would require to be made whole. That has a problem associated with it, which is that it would incentivize residents or potential residents to seek out those facilities that are tax exempt because prices there would be lower. The alternative would be to have the single base case allowance provided to all providers, irrespective of whether they have to pay tax or not. In that case, you've got an issue whereby there's in effect a double subsidy being provided by government to those providers that are tax exempt because an allowance is being made for corporate tax, which the entity does not have to pay. A way to navigate between those two issues is what's known as a true-up mechanism that is frequently used in the regulated infrastructure setting, where one could have a common base case allowance made to all providers so that all residents and potential residents would see the same price. And to the extent that a particular provider was tax exempt and did not need to make that corporate tax payment, there would be a true up at the end of the year or the end of some period whereby the double counting of that tax benefit was in effect paid back to government.
And Professor, if the government entity managing the system was to have a policy whereby it wished to maintain a particular mix of not-for-profit and for-profit providers in the industry, and if it saw trends by which for-profits, because of various other factors such as perhaps an ability, well, I'll leave that, but just because of other factors, that there was a preponderance or a trend towards concentration of market share in the hands of for-profits, might it be within the scope of discretion of the system manager or of the architect of the system to just leave the surplus in the hands of the not-for-profits, the surplus that you've identified here in the event that the base case subsidy is payable to not-for-profits, and to simply waive the requirement for a true-up?
That would certainly be an option. If there was a policy reason for doing that, then yes.
Now, I better just ask you about that third category. I don't want to spend too long on it because we're almost out of time. But that third category is a rather hypothetical category. I understand it's if there is a provider, not only that's not for profit, but that doesn't have any motive to generate a surplus at all. If it's simply a matter of not earning any return on capital and just meeting debt costs, then that is the amount that's required.
Yes, not requiring any return on equity capital and just recovering sufficient to pay its interest bill on the debt capital.
Yeah, well, we'll leave that. at page 40, native page 42, 0046, please, operator, you make a point at paragraph 218 to the effect that the return on equity capital is provided as compensation for the risk that is borne, and you make a point about that relating to the characteristics of the cash flows that can be generated from a facility rather than the owner of the facility per se. So is that another reason why we might, our Royal Commissioners might consider that you treat the for-profit and not-for-profit segments of the residential care sector essentially on par in this regard?
Yes, and that has a practical precedent as well in the regulated infrastructure sector, where, as I mentioned before, government and privately owned electricity networks, for example, allowed precisely the same allowed return.
Thank you.
It relates to the assets and not to the identity of the owner.
Thank you. We'll go to page 0053, and well, perhaps starting at 0052 and then over the break of the page to 0053. There's a table here of a number of scenarios which staff of the Royal Commission asked Frontier Economics to test in the nature of I'm not sure what you'd call it, a sensitivity analysis at a high level to determine whether your estimates of the required returns for accommodation would be influenced by certain reforms that might be proposed to the Royal Commissioners. And giving us just a quick overview, is it the case that on the whole the reforms were either neutral in their effect, or it was really very difficult to say what the effect would be, and that in that latter category we have the possible future treatment of refundable accommodation deposits?
Yes, that's a fair summary.
Yep. Commissioners, just consult. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray. Gentlemen, thank you both very much for having made the time available and also for having produced the reports. And I know that you did them in a very timely fashion and very important to the processes that then happened after we got them. So thank you very much for having done that and for making yourselves available today and for the preparation for today. I think one of you hasn't said very much beyond I do at the end, but I'm sure that your presence has been very, very supportive to Professor Gray. So thank you very much. And I excuse you for further attendance.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm reminded that you need to excuse Professor Egar, please.
Ah, yes. Well, that was an oversight. We will excuse Professor Egar as well. Thank you.
Mr. Bolster will take the next witness.
Yes, Mr. Bolster.
Commissioners, the next witness is James Downey, and hopefully he'll pop up on the screen. I call James Patrick Downey. Can you hear me, Mr. Downey?
We can't hear him.
Can't hear you. You're going to have to unmute yourself.
Right, sorry about that.
That's much better. You'll now be given the oath.
Mr. Downey, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
For the record, can you please state your full name?
James Patrick Downey.
And you are the Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Hospital Pricing Authority?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Downey, I'm going to bring up on the screen now a document, your statement, RCD 999 0463 0001. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Good. And it's legible to you, is it?
Yes.
Right. There's one matter that I wanted to get you to correct, if that's in order. If we could go, please, to paragraph 77 and line 3 on page 12. And if you look at the word adjust in the third line, I'm assuming you mean by that adjusted.
I do. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Apologise.
With that, and it'll become important in due course when I ask you some questions about it. But with that adjustment made, is the statement true and correct?
It is.
And are the opinions you have expressed in the statement your honestly held opinions?
They are.
I tender the statement, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Mr. Downey will be Exhibit 21-12.
Mr. Downey, you say in paragraph 6 of your statement that the Independent Hospital Pricing Authority is a key element of the National Health Reform Agreement that was reached by COAG back in 2011. Could you tell the Commission what was the particular deficiency or set of deficiencies in existing arrangements that were the reason for the establishment of the authority at that time?
So, by nature of a Commonwealth state agreement, it depends on your perspective depends on which seat you're in. So, from a state perspective, there was a feeling that the Commonwealth contribution to public hospitals had been continually declining over a number of years, and had reduced from being originally 50% of the cost of public hospital services under the Medicare agreement, and had dropped to as low as 30% in some jurisdictions. So there was frustration, I think, from the states that the Commonwealth contribution to public hospitals had decreased. Equally, from the Commonwealth, I think there was concerns that the cost of delivering hospital services varied quite dramatically around the country. And at that stage, there was no pretty clear understanding of what was driving those cost differentials.
Are those two purposes, or those competing purposes, perhaps they're complementary purposes, are they reflected in the purpose of the authority?
So the authority operates the activity-based funding system and calculates the national efficient price on an annual basis. The national efficient price multiplied by the number of services delivered directly determines how much funding the Commonwealth contributes to public hospitals each year. The second purpose of the national efficient prices provides a benchmark of the efficient cost of delivering public hospital services in Australia.
All right, there are a few concepts there that I'd just like to unpack a little, if we could. Perhaps the easiest way to do that is if we could bring up tab 97 from the tender bundle, which will be a document that I'm sure you'll recognise. That's a publication of the authority which seeks to summarise the effect of the determination, at least for this current financial year, correct?
Correct.
So let's just go back a step and just make sure we're across, that I'm across the concepts, I'm sure you are. Activity-based funding in the context of public hospitals, in the briefest summary possible, is?
So it's where hospitals are paid, their funding is tied to the number and type of services they deliver each year. So the more services they do, the more funding they receive.
So when we see there that the national efficient price for 2020 is $5,320, that's a unit that's used to measure and benchmark the price of every service that I would, or procedure that I would need to go through in the public hospital system. If we look down at the box right at the bottom left of the page, where we see that the price for a hip replacement is $3.773 NWOW, around $20,000, so that when the Commonwealth comes to draw the cheque for that hip replacement, that's the price it knows it has to pay, correct?
It gets a little bit more complicated in the Commonwealth state model, but broadly, yes, that's the basis that the Commonwealth contribution is based on.
Now, there's a distinction to be made, isn't there, between the national efficient price for mainstream large-scale public hospitals and smaller public hospitals that we might find in country and remote and very remote areas. In the case of those organisations, the national efficient cost comes into play. Can you explain to us what that involves?
So for those smaller hospitals, they're block funded, so they receive a fixed amount of funding each year. So the national efficient cost is used for that. And the current model that consists of two parts. There's a fixed amount, covers the fixed cost of opening or keeping that hospital open. And there's a variable amount that is based on the national efficient price that recognises that the more activity a hospital does, the more cost it incurs. But importantly, that's a fixed amount for the year based on historical activity trends.
Is it a multiple of the NEP, or is it calculated differently?
It's separately calculated, yeah.
Right. So the dividing line, is that to do with the size of the hospital or the location?
So it's both. It needs to be a non-metropolitan hospital, and it needs to have a throughput of less than 3,500 national weighted activity units per annum.
Right. Okay. So if we just pause there and compare the problem that existed back in 2011 with the current situation in aged care, I can see a parallel. I can see a purchaser who was concerned about the level of funding, that funding had been deteriorating over time, and I see a provider who is concerned about a lack of funding, and I see a purchaser who wants to get better value for the dollar that they're spending. Do you, your knowledge of the aged care system, do you see that parallel in that context as well?
Certainly from my experience in the aged care system, the other factor appears to be the transparency. Transparency of how that price is determined appears to be a significant challenge in what I've heard from people over the last 12 or 18 months.
All right. How important then is trust on the part of both the purchaser and the provider, that's Commonwealth, as opposed to the states, when it comes to establishing this sort of process?
So I think the ability for IPA to build trust in the sector, in public hospitals and amongst both the states and the Commonwealth, has been absolutely critical to our ongoing success. People don't always like our decisions, but we always ensure they understand the basis on which our decisions were made. So we spend a great deal of time consulting with stakeholders, explaining how the price is determined, explaining how the classification system works, and seeking feedback on those aspects. So that trust and the trust that we're an independent agency and independent of government has been critically important.
Are the determinations that you make binding on the Commonwealth and the states?
Yes, well, on the Commonwealth. So states can choose to pay above or below the price, depending on the efficiency of their system. So there's an inbuilt incentive for them to improve the efficiency of their hospitals. So they'll pay a smaller proportion, but the Commonwealth contribution is fixed by our price, combined with the volume of services delivered, up to a cap. So there's a cap on total Commonwealth expenditure growth of 6.5% per annum.
Right. And in terms of the calculation of the national efficient price and the national efficient cost, if we go to the second page, please, of tab 97, you'll see the graph there, which shows over time the growth of the NEP, correct?
That graph is the cost growth. So,
All right.
and this is an important concept, which I think the Commission have grasped in the discussions I've heard, the difference between cost and price. So that's the growth in the cost per national weighted activity unit over the last 12 years.
All right. And does the price, the growth of the price mirror the growth of the cost that you see in the sector?
Not directly. One of the challenges in our work is that there's a 3-year time lag in the data. So we have to apply an indexation rate to get from cost in this year to price for next year. So because that indexation rate moves, the price doesn't directly mirror, but in broad terms, in long trend, yes, price mirrors cost.
So let's just try and understand that. For the determination for 2020, 2021,
Yep.
You make that determination in March of 2020. So it's for the year ahead.
That's right.
And it's based on the data that you receive in the year before, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So we have to index.
And then you apply an indexation to bring the data from 18 months or 2 years before to make that current for 2020, 21.
It's actually it's a 3-year period. So we have to apply the indexation 3 times to get to the future year.
And the other point I think to note about it is that this is a rolling process, so that it's constantly evolving over time, and you refine. I take it you get the same data from the same hospitals every year, but the data would slightly change to reflect the growth over time of cost, correct?
That's correct. So we see both the growth in cost and the change in case mix. So hospitals start doing new activities and stop doing old activities. That has an influence on cost as well. So,
might I just ask, Professor, does that indexation factor, is it a true health costs indexation factor, or is it a general one like CPI more generally?
we determine the indexation rates using our based on hospital costs.
Thank you.
And you include as well, from your statement of paragraph 11, allowances for costs that are beyond the control of the hospital. And you refer there to legitimate and unavoidable prices. Could you give us an example of what we're talking about in that area?
The biggest factor is remoteness. So we know that the costs for hospitals operating in regional and remote areas is significantly higher. But that also applies to patients who may be treated in a metropolitan hospital. They're the biggest ones, but also the use of intensive care units and to a much lesser extent age are the major factors.
Do these extra costs appear in the data that you collect? So do you recognise when you group together, for example, small New South Wales regional hospitals, you see a pattern of this extra cost?
Yeah, so all of our adjustments are based only on cost data, and we don't discriminate by state, importantly. So when we talk about remoteness, we use the ABS remoteness categories, and we group all of the remote and all of the very remote and all of the regional hospitals in separate groups, but for the whole country.
So when there's an uplift or there's a premium paid, it's not an arbitrary figure, it's based on their actual cost, correct?
Always based on data.
All right. One of the differences that I see it with aged care is that one of the goals would seem, at least in the present context, to actually establish the actual costs themselves. I think you alluded to this before. If you applied this sort of system to aged care to establish those costs, based on your experience, how would you go about doing that?
If I think back, 25 years ago, this was the same case in public hospitals. There was no cost data collection, and the cost data collection was initially established through the use of consultants by providing additional resources to hospitals to undertake the cost. But over time, as the utility of that data has become increased, and now that hospitals know that it directly determines the national efficient price, hospitals undertake that process themselves. So I would suggest we'd follow a very similar process in the aged care sector.
To what extent does the RUCs and ANAC modelling, which I understand you've had some relationship with, to what extent does that enable you to ascertain what these costs are, or do we need to add another layer of cost determination?
So the RUC study and the ANAC classification is a very important step forward, but to determine let's assume you want a national efficient price with adjustments, you need to have as broad a cost as possible. Very important.
Sorry, you just broke up there. If you could just repeat that. You needed to have as
broad a cost collection as possible. It's very important that you're able to account for those regional costs, that you have enough of those hospitals in the aged care facilities in the collection to have a robust estimation of those cost differentials.
And I withdraw that. How should that? What sort of timing would be involved in commencing and establishing that sort of process? Over what period would it take for that sort of structure to be established?
So I have to qualify my estimate, not being overly familiar with the sector, but I would think that if we were to start tomorrow, it would be a 12 to 18 month project to arrive at a very broad, detailed cost data collection that would be useful for pricing.
Let's move to the incentives that exist in, I withdraw that. Are there incentives in activity-based funding in public health for the states when it comes to quality and safety issues?
Yes, so our pricing regime includes quality and safety aspects. So currently there's two factors. The first is what are termed sentinel events. These are very serious incidents in public hospitals. There's not a lot of them. There's about 100 a year. To give you an example, it's things like wrong side surgery or surgery on the wrong patient or a medication error leading to death. In those cases, there's no Commonwealth funding provided for that episode of care. There's not a lot of money involved, but what it did do is provide the first line in the sand about the importance of safety and quality, and including that in the funding model for the first time. The second part is hospital complications. So they're much more common. There's about 100,000 of these a year. These are things like pressure injuries, falls resulting in fractures. And what we have there is a risk-adjusted reduction in payment where these events occur.
Just pausing there and perhaps applying that to the aged care situation. In the hospital context, one is funded for a procedure. They're in hospital for hopefully as short as period of time, but maybe a day or 2 days. In aged care, someone is there hopefully for as long a period as possible. and there may be a whole range of events that you want to address in that quality context. How could you apply the same policy intention in the aged care context?
So I think the first important thing is to define what the safety and quality measures are that you would like to include in the system. And when we did that work, we worked incredibly closely with the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare. So it wasn't driven by pricing, it was driven by clinical standards. But once you have that and you're able to collect that data on a routine basis of where these events are occurring, incorporating that into the pricing model and risk adjusting is not difficult once you have the data. But it's establishing what are the events you're looking to measure and prevent, and then what are the costs associated with those events.
Right. If you could have a look at paragraph 19 of your statement, if we could bring that up, please. And you'll recall there the two dot points that you refer to about the benefits of this sort of process. Could you speak briefly to the efficiencies that flow from some form of objective determination of cost?
So now that there's a benchmark price, it means that every hospital in the country can compare their costs for a given procedure or admission against their peers, whether it be the hospital down the road or a hospital across the country. And it allows hospitals to look at where their costs are different and start to understand where they can improve their efficiency, either through reducing length of stay is the biggest cost driver in hospital care, but other things such as staffing mix, the use of pathology and radiology. There's a very rich data set that sits behind our pricing that hospital administrators and clinicians can use to examine their cost base.
All right. And the second dot point was about the incentives and the transparency. What does the transparency give to the provider and the purchaser?
So I think my previous answer addresses the provider. For the purchaser, and to go one step further, the funder, the state treasuries, it's allowed a more transparent discussion between treasuries and health departments around the differential in costs between the national efficient price and the state cost. So in the very high cost jurisdictions, there's been significant pressure brought to those health departments by the treasuries because there's now transparency around that cost.
All right. Could we turn then, please, to paragraph 77 of your statement, where you say that a case mix funding model could be used to support various policy initiatives, such as potentially increasing wages in the aged care sector. What would be your advice to commissioners about how that could play out?
So the most important thing would be a clear policy directive, so that once the system manager has made that decision to either increase wage rates or the ratio of staffing, it would be relatively straightforward to build that into the price prospectively. We know what the current cost base is. It would be relatively straightforward to increase the cost base.
So, for example, if at the same time there was a mandated staffing level in the facility, the extent to which that was being met by the provider would presumably show up in the costs data that was reported, and you could make comparisons about that, and you could point out outliers in that respect, correct?
Yes, yes.
And could there be funding incentives or penalties when it came to failure to meet those particular standards?
There could be. Whether it's the best way to do that through pricing and funding or through other regulatory measures, I think would need some further examination. I think there's always a risk of trying to do too much with the pricing model. There's too many price signals in the price. That can lead to confusion for providers.
What about the situation where there is a policy that determines what the price, the wage price should be, that there should be a premium to reflect the skill, but that wage cost is not reflected in practice by the provider? So that you may determine that the cost is $200, yet when you look at the data, you'll see that the provider only ever paid $150, and you can attribute that to a deficiency in the wages paid. Is there a role for an organisation like the IPA, assuming there is one in aged care, to deal with that situation? That is some form of economic regulation.
So, yes, it could be done. It's certainly not what is current practice in hospital. You know, this is quite a different concept to what we're doing in hospitals.
Yeah.
But it's certainly, the data would allow you to flag these issues and from that undertake further investigation. I don't think you could ever do it purely off the data, but it would certainly give you a very good warning system that there was something with the costs at a particular facility.
Well, the regulator sitting separate from you would be able to use this sort of data to inform their investigatory activity, correct?
Correct.
Just for the record and for completeness, in the hospital context, I take it you would be dealing with far fewer awards and far fewer cost variance across the states and the territories.
That's right. The awards are generally state-based, but there are then variations regionally. So it's a lot more expensive to employ staff in the Kimberley than it is in Perth. But we don't. We're not seeking in the hospital sector to set minimum ratios. That's the role of the system manager.
All right. Can we talk about parallels between home care and hospital in the home? Because it seems to me that there are great similarities between the two. You can determine the cost of hospital in the home in the same way that you determine the cost of delivering services inside the hospital.
Yeah. So in the hospital system, in the funding model, hospital in the home is considered an admitted service. It's paid for as an admitted service, and it's seen as a substitute for an admitted service. So we don't set a separate price. The hospital receives the same price as if the patient was admitted to their facility.
And I take it that price would cover quite a lot of nursing care, that would be typically provided to older people aged 65 and above, that would mirror the sort of care that they would receive under a home care package, correct?
I don't have the data in front of me, but I think that would be a fair assumption.
All right. And let me ask you this, is age a factor in determining cost under the IPA system?
Not directly. So we don't adjust for age, except for in very limited cases in the mental health classification. What we adjust for is the additional complexities and diagnoses that are associated with age. So if we were to think about a hip replacement, patients would be allocated to one of three complexity levels, and older patients would end up in the most complex level, not because of their age, but due to their other comorbidities that make them more complex.
Is there any work that you're aware of, or any study that has measured the overlap between hospital in the home and home care funded under the Aged Care Act?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you see the opportunity for the two different funding streams to be effectively providing the same service?
Yeah, I think there's a significant opportunity that if we have pricing regimes that are cost-based and have a similar, so AN-ACT proposes using the National Weighted Activity Unit, which is the same concept that we use for hospitals, you've instantly got comparisons of cost, resource use between the two models. I think it gives us a huge opportunity for more coordination and substitution of care.
Could you tell us about the role of the IPA in dealing with the RUCs and AN-ACT development?
Yep, so we were involved in the steering committee that the Department of Health established for the study. It was the Residential Aged Care Funding Reform Working Group. So we had staff involved in advising throughout the study, so reviewing the methodology. And since the completion of the study, we've had a number of discussions with the department about how a funding model and how the pricing work could be undertaken.
And is there anything you can tell us about what you think needs to happen in that area as we move forward? What would the direction that you would suggest to commissioners if this was viewed as an attractive option?
To implement the AN-ACT as the classification for funding.
Give us a timetable moving forward. How could this be implemented over the next 18 months to 2 years?
So leaving aside the key decision of where it sits, but I think that has a significant bearing on the time. If you were to establish a standalone agency, that clearly has a significant lead time. Having said that, I think there's about 12 or 18 months of technical work in terms of collecting cost data and engaging with the sector. There's also a significant amount of policy work and consultation required. So as I've outlined in my statement, each year HIPAA undertakes a pricing framework consultation, which is underway currently, so a public consultation with interested parties about what our policy settings are for the coming year. And that would then inform the design of pricing model. So once you've got the cost data and you've done the consultation, you would then start to build and test the pricing model, probably over a period of about 12 months. So I think, assuming you are ready to go tomorrow, it's probably 2 to 3 years work. But that's assuming that you don't have a startup, a long lead time of starting up a new agency.
Would that task be something that could fall within, or be a task that was performed by your organisation? Would it have the expertise to deal with this process?
The short answer is yes. Yes.
And can you give us an idea of the sort of... I'll withdraw that. Just bear with me, Commissioners, for a minute. So I have nothing further. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Downey, thank you very, very much for your evidence and the preparation that you've undertaken before the hearing this afternoon. I know that a lot of time goes into this. It may seem to the viewing public that it's just somebody we've got off the street and ask a few questions to, but in fact, there's a lot of work that goes into it, and we're very conscious of that. So thank you for that, and I formally excuse you from further attendance.
Thank you.
9:30 tomorrow.
9:30 tomorrow, yes.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Friday, the 18th of September.